Bonjour. Raji. Raji. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Recording in progress.
Want to get off another.
لا احنا عادة نوقف هناك جوا في المواقف بس يعني ما ادري اللي ود.
The recording, the policy.
Attendons avec impatience le projet de.
الو السلام عليكم. يلا مريم غداكم وصل.
Good afternoon. Some housekeeping announcement before we start the meeting. Please note that interpretation is available in all 6 official languages of UNESCO. You can select the appropriate channel at the bottom of your Zoom screen. In order to access the interpretation, you will have to download, install, and use the latest Zoom application on your PC or laptop. If you connect using a web browser, the interpretation and some other features will not be available. Please only turn on your camera and microphone when you are taking the floor. For technical inquiries, we would like to invite you to consult the information document, Virtual Meeting Guide, reference SHS IGM AI Ethics /2021/June/INF3, available from the meeting website. Also, please note that this meeting is webcast in 6 languages. The links for the webcast will be shared by the Secretariat in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretariat. Distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, Welcome to the second section of the Intergovernmental Meeting of Experts on the Recommendation of the Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. I'm delighted to see all of us reconvene at this meeting after intensive but very engaged and ultimately high productive work that we conducted together since the beginning of June. Throughout the 3 weeks of the intersessional consultation, which ended last Friday, I hope everyone had a good weekend and well-deserved chance to rest and recuperate after those intensive sessions. Please, can everyone mute your microphone so we don't have, please, Kuba. Thank you. We are very fortunate that we are very sure to have several bureau members of the ad hoc expert group in charge of the preliminary draft text of the recommendation with us during the week. I may invite them to answer certain questions when necessary. Last but not least, I would like to thank the team, interpreters, technical staff, and the Secretariat for the meeting, whose assistance is a key element to the success of our meeting. We'll move next to item 2, adoption of the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished representatives, the first order of business for us today is the adoption of the agenda, and therefore I would like to proceed with the consideration of the provisional agenda as it is presented in the document SHS/IGM-AI Ethics 2021 June 1 revised. I also call your attention to the provisional timetable SHS/IGM-Ethics/2021 June/INF 4 Rev, which give an overview of the time schedule and the plan for dealing with the items in our agenda. In this regard, after proceeding with item 2, adoption of the agenda, we will continue our meeting with item 3, the opening remarks by the ADG/SHS. We will then proceed with item 4, report of the chairperson on the intersessional consultation on the draft text of the recommendation on the ethics of AI, during which I will report to you about the deliberation and the key outcomes of the intersessional consultation that brought us together for the past 3 weeks. We will then move to the consideration of the full text of the recommendation. Please, Canada, if you can mute your microphone. Thank you. Canada.
Persons up to the
Philippines,
maximum number
could you please? You will note that most of our time is devoted to item 5, 6, 7, and 8, during which we will consider the different sections of the draft text of the recommendations paragraph by paragraphs in the following order. We will start by item 5 to consider the draft recommendation from paragraph 26 to 131, from 26 to 134 as accepted during the intersessional consultations. Once we agree on these paragraphs, we will proceed with item 6 to discuss text left in bracket during the first session of the Intergovernmental meeting in April. These are paragraphs 2, 13, 14, 19, and 25. We will then move to consider the draft recommendation where we finished our work during the intersessional consultation, that is paragraph 135 to 141. This is item 7 on the provisional agenda. After we completing the consideration of the draft recommendation from paragraph 1 to 141, we will move to item 8, considering the last remaining segment, the preamble. Toward the end of our meeting, we will adopt the draft recommendation on the ethics of AI as indicated in item 9. We will then move to item 10 to discuss the report of the rapporteur before officially closing the meeting. I will not prolong this introduction further. I propose that we proceed with the adoption of the agenda as they are presented in the document SHS/IGM-Ethics/2021/June 1 Rev. Are there any comments or objection on this point? I see none. I therefore declare the agenda adopted. Thank you very much. So now I'll move to item 3, opening remarks by the Assistant Director General for Social and Human Science of UNESCO. Madam Gabriela, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and welcome everybody, distinguished representatives of member states of UNESCO, dear Chairman, dear ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the second session of the Intergovernmental Meeting of Experts of the Draft Recommendation of Ethics of Artificial Intelligence. We start this second session of the meeting with an impressive record of accomplishments since the mandate was given to UNESCO at the last General Conference. We all feel there is increased awareness in our society, perhaps also because of COVID, about the power, but also the possible downsides of artificial intelligence. What the experts have made clear, and what you have also done with your support and with your engagement, very strong engagement by member countries, is to prove that the ethical principles are an essential tool to achieve the outcomes we all care about, meaning full respect of human rights and human dignity, inclusiveness, sustainability, solidarity, well-being. All the outcomes that we are searching can be accomplished with this ethical lens. This is why the Secretariat is very encouraged by the progress achieved together during the month of June. It has been inspiring to see so many members from all regions and development levels supporting the high level of ambition of this instrument, but also the need to deliver together on time for the General Conference. In this respect, and I also have exchanged with some of you, and we are all really grateful for the time, the dedication, the passion, and the leadership of our dear chair, Ambassador Halmula, who has managed to bring us all together and to support you, member countries, in identifying where consensus lie. I have to tell you that the government of Kuwait is asking us where is his ambassador. I'm hopeful that the forthcoming deliberation will build on the solid foundation that you have built during the 3 weeks of the intensive but very productive intersectoral consultation. And during those debates, we at the Secretariat have been very impressed by the interaction happening among member states and by the constructive environment, by the value of hearing each other, the arguments, every single member putting their arguments, everybody listening in a very constructive way, putting very opposite views about certain topics, but in a very collegial way. And I have to say that this is one of the very important outcomes that we also should cherish, not only the document, but also the environment. And as the chair said one time, the team spirit that has been created within this group for the ultimate goal to make UNESCO count in this field. During the intersessional consultations, you member countries have really found ways of dealing with very, very contrasting issues. The question of IPR and protection or explainability and transparency, the question of regulatory frameworks and innovation, the question of the role of members or the role of UNESCO. And I have to say that for us in the Secretariat, it's very clear that members are in the driving seat, but we are a support cast. And as support cast, we also can say that we are very well equipped to help member countries, if they wish so, to implement and to make this instrument count in the world of AI. The negotiations of the text of the regulation for us have been an inspiring and encouraging process. We have seen multilateralism at its best. Countries from every region of the world coming together, listening to each other, and aligning themselves toward the common goal of improving the condition of how we use the technology and how the technology is helping shape our world and how we protect also our citizens, how we protect, as I said, the framework of human rights and human dignity. Discussing and agreeing on complex issues takes time, but a dialogue based on giving equal importance to every voice in the room really created, as I said, a very good outcome. And this is going to deliver what you decided at the General Conference, to have this ethical perspective that is UNESCO's perspective, recognized all over the world. The ethics mandate is with UNESCO, to really contribute on how do we advance with the development of these technologies. We are well equipped, as I said, to do so. We might be able to repeat the fantastic experience that all of you had with the important role that an institution we played for the 1997 Universal Declaration of the Human Genome and Human Rights and the 2018 Declaration on the Ethical Principles Related to Climate Change. There are no easy answers. We don't know. This is a very dynamic world that is changing every day, that is proving its value, but is also raising new challenges, the artificial intelligence. But we can clearly see that the ethical framework is important, and we clearly see that you all are committed to reaching an agreement for the sake of mankind and for all of those that are really expecting UNESCO to play an important role. We are in a super tight schedule. I will not take more time. I just want to convey a very strong message of support also from our Director General, Madame Azoulay, and I wish you well in this debate.
Thank you, Gabriela. Now I'll move to the report of the chairperson on the intersessional consultation on the draft text of the recommendation on ethics of AI, and it will be, the oral report will be presented on my behalf by the rapporteur. Dear rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you very much. I hereby present the oral report of the Chair for the intersessional consultations. Distinguished representatives, ladies and gentlemen, during the first session of the Category 2 meeting in April, we considered the first 25 paragraphs of the draft recommendation on ethics of artificial intelligence, approving most of them and leaving some in brackets for later consideration. During that week of the extensive deliberations, we witnessed the benefits of working together in less formal settings to reach the consensus on various issues. Based on this experience, I announced at the conclusion of the first session that we will continue to work together in the form of intersessional consultations in order to help generating consensus around the important elements of the draft text of the recommendation before we enter into the second session of the meeting. These intersessional consultations are in line with the decision of the 40th session of the General Conference, 40C Resolution 37, requesting the Director General to ensure a sufficient number of intergovernmental consultations for the elaboration of the instrument for consideration by its 41st session in November this year. There are also precedents in this domain with other instruments. Intersessional consultations is one of the tools that the chair of Category 2 meetings have to achieve the stated goals. This proved to be the case during the 2 weeks that we worked in the format of intersessional consultations, in which members worked effectively to make significant progress, not only considering almost all the text, but building a constructive atmosphere and finding a strong consensus on very sensitive issues. We spent over 40 hours on rigorous deliberations in which every single draft amendment proposed by every single member state was thoroughly discussed. We are now where the views of the collective lie in many issues, and even though the intersessional consultations have no decision-making capacity, they allowed us to advance concrete ways forward on complex issues. The robustness of the process was followed for 12 days, from the 1st to the 18th of June, was strengthened by the fact that the intersessional consultations, being open to all members that wanted to participate, brought together more than 130 delegates from 17 countries, including those of LMICs and seats, with all UNESCO electoral groups represented. This was very much in line with the inclusivity and openness that have characterized every stage of the elaboration of this instrument. Furthermore, for full transparency and to keep all member states fully engaged in the process, and progress made during the intersessional consultation. The Secretariat communicated the results of these consultations to all member states, regardless whether they participated or not in the intersessional consultations after each meeting. In preparation for the intersessional consultations on the 17th May, I shared with you the draft text of the recommendation, preamble and paragraph 26 onwards, with amendments you have proposed during the first session of our meeting, aligned with the criteria we agreed on, namely, of high importance to the countries, focusing on the substance of the recommendation, avoiding technical explanation or stylistic changes, not watering down the recommendation, as it is already a non-binding instrument. We need to preserve its effectiveness, avoiding issues that were already debated on issues that might be addressed elsewhere in the text. As you know, this criteria was agreed upon with wide support from participating countries during the April session as a pragmatic way to advance the negotiations, and given the slow progress during the first days. In line with this, I invited you to bring to my attention changes that we might have missed from your amendments in line with the criteria and not already reflected in the document. Every additional amendment submitted by member states in response to my 17th May correspondence was integrated into the document SHS/IGM/IAETHICS/2021/int June 1st. Draft text of the recommendation was proposed amendments, preamble, and paragraphs 26 to 141, which was circulated on May 31st. This document was used to inform our discussions during the intersessional consultations. The continuation of the discussion was very fruitful, and during the intersessional consultations, we considered paragraph 26 to paragraph 134, inclusive of the draft text of the recommendation. Over 300 amendments were received for these 108 paragraphs, and each of these amendments were discussed and addressed during the consultation, with each country having the opportunity to explain the rationale behind each proposed amendment. We were able to cover such a substantial portion of the draft text because many colleagues showed flexibility, agreed to withdraw their amendments if they received no support or did not insist on them during the debates. For this, I could like to thank all my colleagues for your willingness to go along with the consensus and your commitment to compromise for the sake of moving forward. During these consultations, we saw without any doubt that there is no appetite for weakening the recommendations. The reasons are clear. There is a non-binding instrument. This is a non-binding instrument, and as such, for it to have a value for member states in delivering positive outcomes, it must contain meaningful substance. We need a recommendation that is strong both in terms of the language and in terms of the tools, methodologies, approaches needed to apply the values and principles on the ground. A watered down instrument will lose its significance, especially for those who need it the most. And this is what we have had in our discussions from the majority of member states, even though almost every single paragraph included draft amendments from many countries. Many of the paragraphs were accepted as originally crafted, which reaffirmed member states' commitment to not weaken the text or substantially diverge from the intended meaning during the discussions. We benefited from the explanations of the experts that drafted the text and from the Secretariat, and we want to thank them. I will now provide an overview of the substantive issues discussed during the intersessional consultations. During the first session of the meeting in April, we had an extensive debate regarding the criteria for non-discrimination in paragraph 13, even forming a drafting group for this, but did not reach consensus. This same text also appeared in subsequent paragraphs, such as paragraph 28 and 74. During the intersessional consultations, we had another lengthy discussion regarding this language, and following important consensus from various member states, all participants of the consultations arrived at the consensus that accept the proposal of the April drafting group, which read as follows. Regardless of race, color, descent, gender, age, language, religion, political opinion, national origin, ethnic origin, social origin, economic or social conditions of birth or disability, and any other grounds. One of the issues that triggered substantial discussion is the classification of certain prerogatives as rights. While some countries were willing to recognize some of the liberties related to online activities as rights, such as privacy, data protection, access to information, and being informed about algorithmic processing, other countries prefer to refrain from using the rights terminology in relation with those liberties, especially because there are different ways to interpret member states' obligations regarding rights, and because they prefer to adhere to the list of rights as defined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and their interpretation there. In regards to privacy, member states decided to maintain the recognition of it as a right, both in the title of the principle of right to privacy and data protection and in the related paragraphs. Two member states, namely UK and Singapore, asked to reflect in the report that instead of mentioning explicitly the right to privacy, it could have been preferable to include a longer formulation of the right as defined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. No one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence. In a similar spirit, the rights terminology was also removed in regard to being aware that a decision was made by the AI system, and several iterations, the term people have the right to be aware was replaced with people should be fully informed. Lastly, because of similar reasons, the term right to information was replaced with access to information. Another issue that member states were divided on is the degree of granularity in detailing data protection frameworks and governance mechanisms. Some countries took to the stand that providing as many examples as possible and fleshing out the data protection mechanisms could ease the process of implementing the recommendation and provide guidance to member states on the specific applications related to data protection. Nevertheless, other countries stated that data protection frameworks are quite rich and diverse. Hence, it could be more appropriate if the implementation is done at country level in order to reach consensus. A reference to international law, data protection principles, standards was added. In addition, some of the specific language regarding, for example, having control over the data, independent oversight, or the identification and re-identification of data was removed. However, important aspects such as informed consent for data processing and safeguards were retained. Discussions also ensued regarding whether to include a multi-stakeholder approach when establishing data protection frameworks and governance mechanisms in paragraph 33, which some believed that it is the prerogative of states to set out legislations. Others felt that multi-stakeholder approach is necessary in the digital domain to include other stakeholders, such as private companies, which often hold most of the data. Eventually, participants of the consultations arrived at the consensus to retain a multi-stakeholder approach. In this regard, one member state, namely Iran, requested for it to be reflected that their understanding of multi-stakeholder approach stems from the WSIS Tunis Agenda for the Informed Society, which was adopted in 2005. One term that member states decided to remove from the recommendation is the data sovereignty in paragraphs 46 and 73. This is because there is no common definition of this term, and there might be different ways of implementing it. Moreover, it was argued that many of the concerns relating to this concept are covered under paragraphs of the recommendation, such as paragraphs 32 to 33, 72 to 73. Therefore, the concepts that were retained are respecting national sovereignty in the use of data and the ability of states to regulate data generated within or passing through their territories and take measures towards effective regulation of data. As for the principle of transparency and explainability, all member states agreed on the importance of the principle, its potential to contribute to peaceful, just, democratic, and inclusive society, and its ability to help individuals understand the decision-taking in their regard. One particular statement that member states perceived as important to retain in the recommendation reads as follows. In cases of serious threats of adverse human rights impacts are foreseen, transparency may also require the sharing of codes or data sets, paragraph 39. In this regard, a member state, namely Singapore, has asked to clarify that a general requirement on sharing codes or data sets without clear indication of who such codes or data sets should be shared with might infringe upon privacy and IP rights and compromise cybersecurity. Hence, a more restrictive language is recommended. Some member states also propose that states, in addition to people, should have the right to be aware when a decision is being made under the basis of AI algorithms, paragraph 38. However, majority of countries disagreed, highlighting that this could be difficult to operationalize and that the focus in this session is on individuals' relation to transparency and explainability. Therefore, consensus was reached to reject this proposal. In this regard, one member state, namely Iran, requested to reflect their perspective in the final report that states should be aware when decisions are made by AI, given their responsibility for establishing security, stability at national level. There have been particular concern about the prohibition against giving AI systems legal personality as proposed in paragraph 68, namely due to the fact that international discussions on this issue have not reached a consensus. It is important for future discussions and should not be discouraged at this stage, as indicated by one member state, mainly Japan. Nevertheless, there was a strong consensus amongst member states to retain the original provision. This is in line with the principle of human oversight and determination provided for in this recommendation and the amendments that have been introduced into the principle of proportionality. The recommendation emphasized human responsibility and control over AI systems, as otherwise ensuring accountability could be unacceptably hard. One member state, namely Japan, commented that it is important do not close the door on discussions related to legal personality of AI. The two major tools proposed in the draft text of the recommendation to enable its effective implementation, ethical impact assessment and the readiness assessment methodology have received substantial discussion during the intersessional consultations, although a few members preferred a less concrete language regarding these tools. The consensus was they are indispensable for many member states in order to effectively implement the recommendation. Indeed, since this is a recommendation, no country will be forced to carry out any of the provided assessments if they do not wish so, while there is a large number of countries that really need them. Besides the ethics of science in a core mandate of UNESCO, and there is no international methodology on ethical impacts assessment. These two tools are thus instruments at the service of interested member states and are an attempt to build a toolkit to help guide implementation of the recommendation. Readiness methodology in particular reflects the different levels of development amongst member states and is particularly targeting at countries who are less advanced in AI to help them form a basis for development. That is why amendments have been introduced to clarify that UNESCO will assist and support interested member states in developing a UNESCO methodology for ethical impact assessment and readiness assessments, respectively. The terminology also changed from global methodology to UNESCO's methodology at the request of one member state, mainly UK. This issue arose again in the session on evaluation and monitoring. One member state, namely Russia, opposed the use of the evaluation terminology as it is not aligned with other UNESCO recommendations, and because it is an obligation of member states to monitor. Other member states strongly prefer to keep the original text because this is one of the most operational parts of the recommendation. And evaluation and monitoring help keep track of AI development and advance of each country in implementing the recommendation. Clarifications were sought from the ADG SHS on these issues, who confirmed that there is a strong track record of UNESCO supporting interested member countries, and tools and work like this was core for the effective implementation of other instruments. Changes in this session were made to adjust the text to previously accepted language, and few clarifications were added to emphasize that UNESCO will assist member states in implementing the recommendation, but will not rank them. The issue of gender equality has also been discussed extensively. It has been settled that at UNESCO, gender is one of the two global priorities, and we emphasize women and girls as they face particular difficulties in the domains of UNESCO's work. The same is true with AI technologies, where strong biases disproportionately affect women and girls. This is the reason why this focus on women and girls was retained by consensus. Two member states, namely Russia and Iran, were concerned about the protection of whistleblowers as provided in paragraph 43, in particular because there is no distinction under their national legislation which could make the provision meaningless in national context. However, given that there are different approaches to this issue at the national level, and given that whistleblowers could be identified as threats in some countries, many countries agree that there is need for special protection for this category of individuals. A member state, namely Russia, requested to note their concern in this report. Another issue that triggered substantial debate is the reference to the precautionary principle and renouncing the use of AI in paragraph 86 of the policy area 5 on environment and ecosystems. Some member states believe that the notion of precautionary principle has not been defined in the recommendation and is unclear. Further, they also felt that language referring to the renouncement of AI is too strong and that a balanced approach should instead be promoted in the use of AI. In contrast, several other member states stated that the precautionary principle is well defined in environmental law and is an important concept that needs to be included in the recommendation. Many also considered it necessary to clearly spell out renouncing AI as an option, especially concerning the protection of limited resources. Eventually, participants of the consultation arrived at the consensus to retain the concept of the precautionary principle, but to delete the reference to renouncing the use of AI and instead clarify that in instances where there are disproportionate negative impacts on the environment, AI should not be used. Some member states had issues with the term vulnerable populations and vulnerable groups in paragraph 28 and 50 respectively. Instead, proposing to use the phrase those in vulnerable situations. Others, however, preferred the original language as it is broader, given that the consensus language of vulnerable people or people in vulnerable situations was approved in paragraph 15 during the April plenary session. Participants of the consultations agree to adopt this agreed language for future similar occurrences to ensure consistency. Similarly, member states arrived at the consensus to accept the term marginalized groups in paragraph 47, and this agreed language was adopted in future occurrences, such as in paragraph 67. During the consultation, very few member states supported adding reference to protect against unilateral coercive measures in various sessions of the recommendation. The majority of member states disagreed with some proposals as they concern issues of international law and security, which fall beyond the mandate of UNESCO and this recommendation. Therefore, participants agreed to reject these proposals, recognizing that the recommendation aims to promote the peaceful use of AI and does not intend to interfere with internal affairs of states. Very few member states also wished and add further reference to peace, security, and stability in various paragraphs and as a separate policy area. However, other member states felt that such issues have already been sufficiently addressed in the recommendation, particularly the value of living in peaceful, just, and interconnected societies. Furthermore, stimulating the peaceful use of AI is one of the overarching aims of this recommendation, following the addition of this reference in paragraph 5 during the April plenary session. Therefore, such proposals were rejected by the meeting. A few member states proposed to add reference to national sovereignty and non-interference in internal affairs in several parts of the recommendation. However, many member states pointed out that this is already implied in the non-binding nature of this recommendation. In addition, this is explicitly outlined in paragraph 26 of the preamble, which recommends that member states apply the provisions of this recommendation in conformity with the constitutions and governing structures of each member state, as well as in paragraph 48, we state that The process for developing such policies or mechanisms should take into account the circumstances and priorities of each member state. Therefore, participants of the intersessional consultations agreed to reject such additions, recognizing that such concerns are well covered in the recommendation. One member state, namely Iran, also proposed to refer to the Charter of the United Nations when mentioning international law in various paragraphs, given its importance. However, majority of member states disagreed, believing that international law includes the UN Charter and it is not necessary to list various documents of international law. Furthermore, others pointed out that such references are more appropriate for the preamble and that reference to the UN Charter has already been added in paragraph 9, which reads international law, including the UN Charter, following the April plenary session. Hence, these proposals were rejected by the rest of the participants of the intersessional consultation. In addition, very few member states wish to include reference to the right to development in the recommendation, but others believe that this is already included under the reference to human rights. Many also felt that such concerns were sufficiently addressed in the recommendation, particularly in policy area 4 on development and international cooperation. Therefore, participants arrived at a consensus not to accept such proposals. Similarly, a few member states preferred more reference to cultural diversity and cultural values. However, others highlighted that there is already a dedicated policy area on culture, and paragraph 8C states to reflect cultural diversity in all stages of AI system life cycles as one of the overarching objectives of the recommendation. Acknowledging that the issue of cultural diversity is well addressed in various sections of the recommendation, member states agreed not to accept such proposals. The issue of intellectual property was also extensively debated. Some member states believe that transparency and explainability of AI systems need to be balanced with IP rights, in addition to other principles such as privacy, safety, and security, as per paragraph 38. However, others disagree, as IP rights are not of equal significance as fundamental principles of privacy, safety, and security. Explainability is also closely tied to accountability, and IP rights should not apply in such cases. Hence, participants arrived at the consensus to reject this proposal, recognizing that issues of IP is also addressed in other sections of the recommendation. Member states also held differing views regarding fostering research at the intersection of AI and IP in paragraph 99. Several countries requested deletion of examples referring to whether AI created works should be protected by IP, believing that these issues fall outside the remit of UNESCO in this recommendation, and that the language presupposes the direction of such research. However, other countries believe that fostering research in such areas fall well within UNESCO's mandate, and it is particularly important to deliver the mandate on science, education, and culture. To address concerns, the example regarding AI-created works and IP was retained with the use of more neutral, balanced language. Participants also agreed to widen the scope of this section to include issues related to the use of existing works to train and develop AI. Discussions ensued regarding whether online courses and digital resources of AI ethics education should be developed in local, indigenous, or minority languages, paragraph 106. Majority of member states believe that local languages and indigenous languages are distinct concepts that are both important to retain, especially in the context of education, given that language-based AI systems are becoming increasingly important and smaller language groups risk being left behind due to the lack of data. On the other hand, many disagreed with the inclusion of minority languages as it is already covered in the term local languages and also to avoid politicization of such issues. Eventually, the phrase local languages, including indigenous languages, was retained for consensus without minority languages. In this regard, one member state, namely Russia, asked to reflect their concern that leaving out the term minority languages may risk excluding language minorities and undermine their ability to access AI ethics education. The policy area that triggered considerable debate is the one on economy and labor. Some member states had reservations regarding the language around preventing monopolization of AI, since monopolies could sometimes be beneficial. Others were in favor of keeping the original text due to the already visible danger that big tech companies are posing. A consensus was reached with compromise language that includes abuse of market position and monopolization is provided as an example. One member state, namely Mexico, supported by many, wanted to include a clause instructing countries who have in place AI ethics standards to apply them in case they are operating in a country that does not have them. The formulation of such obligation triggered a debate that ended by accepting adopted language from various paragraphs about respecting applicable international law and domestic legislation, standards and practices. Lastly, member states also debated regarding the need to mention specific ways to fund upscaling and rescaling programs for employees affected by AI transformation. Many countries felt strongly about the need to include specific examples about ways to fund those programs, and others felt that the language is too prescriptive and were opposing explicitly to mention of tax regimes. At the end, a compromise was reached and tax regimes was kept as an example. I could also like to remind colleagues of the pending issues to be discussed from the first session of the Intergovernmental meeting in April. These are the language referring to AI system as technological systems in paragraph 2, paragraph 13 on human dignity, paragraph 14 on harm, paragraph 19 on diversity and inclusiveness, and paragraph 25 on proportionality. Over the past weeks, we have had lengthy debates regarding various substantive issues. And what we now have in front of us is a consensus text for paragraphs 26 up to 134 inclusive, agreed upon by more than 70 member states with balanced representation from all electoral groups. For this, I could like to thank all colleagues who have participated in the intersessional consultations for your efforts and commitment to this process. Once again, I would like to refer to the fact that the intersessional consultations have no decision-making capacity and that approving the text of the recommendation is the prerogative of the plenary session of the Intergovernmental meeting this week. However, I would like to urge all member states to consider the consensus proposals of the intersessional consultations and refrain from reopening debates on agreed upon issues so that we can advance in our negotiations and deliver on this very important recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Rapporteur, for the short report. Thank you, thank you. You did great. Distinguished representative, I would like to now move to item number 5 to present to you the outcome of the intersessional consultation that we held together from the 1st to 18th of June. That was last Friday, our last day. As you know, during these 3 weeks, we advanced significantly on the text of the recommendation, finding consensus to accept 108 paragraphs, starting from para 26 all the way to para 134. Let me remind you that while this was a significant achievement for us to agree on the text of these paragraphs after intensive discussion, the intersessional consultation did not have the power to make a decision on the adoption of this text. This is why we are looking at all these paragraphs again, this time as the Category 2 Intergovernmental meeting to decide to adopt the consensus text derived from our recent deliberation. Following the conclusion of the intersessional consultation on Friday, I have circulated to all of you the 3 documents that are relevant to our discussion. The clean version of the paragraphs 26 to 134 considered and accepted by the intersessional consultation. Second, the track changes version of the same documents, paragraph 26 to 134, for your reference. You must be very familiar with this document as most of you were directly engaged in the consultation, and it has been circulated after each meeting to all member states with additional paragraphs covered every day. Also, for your reference, the entire draft text with all initial amendment, including this is the document that was circulated to all member states on May 31st, and what served as the working document at the outset of the intersessional consultation. I would propose to you that we start considering these sections paragraph by paragraph from the clean version of the text, as it's easier to read the outcome text, the clean version, after complex revisions. If there is a request from the floor for a specific paragraph to appear in the track changes on the screen, we are prepared to do so. However, having circulated this text to all member states after reaching the consultations, we assume that you are already well familiar with this text as amended during our deliberations. Furthermore, you have received the track changes version of the text via email in recent days, and therefore I would invite you to use it for any reference purpose. Very importantly, let me also remind you that these paragraphs represent position identified after extensive, rigorous, and complex discussion that we all had during the intersessional consultation. The text as it appeared on the screen reflects the middle ground on the consensus achieved on intensive issues. This is a delicate balance achieved in order to accommodate all the representatives and positions from around the world. I invite you to maintain this consensus moving forward. Without further delay, we will now proceed to the consideration of the draft text recommendation paragraph by paragraph using a clean version of the consensus text agreed upon in the intersessional consultation. Before we move to the paragraphs and section, let me emphasize one thing, dear colleagues, dear member states, that from day one, when I took to represent as a chairperson of this committee, there is one thing we will never, ever compromise, which is the quality of the document. That was our first priority, and that will never, ever hesitate not to reach quality document. Number 2, it was very important to me as a chair, as a UNESCO, is to hear every member state, their point of view, and to give it time. This is how I translate, quality document, to listen to everyone, take our time, listen to all point of view, and then to make sure every amendment, over 300 amendments that we discussed in the last 12 days, was represented by the member state. Any amendment that day or that minute member state would not present it, I do not open the discussion. I postpone it to further time, the next day, the second day, to ensure the member states, they are representing their draft amendments, they have lengthy discussion, and to reach consensus. And I don't move to the next para unless I feel the member state who submitted the amendment are comfortable with the consensus. And if they have an issue with that, and to be reflected in the report, as you've seen, there is a lot of points that they wanted to be, even after consensus, their point of view to be reflected on the report, and we did that. So to me, from my part as a chairperson, was to ensure quality, give everyone time, and to reflect what's in the room, where is the majority, what's the consensus, and to move to the next one. So we will continue this process. We will count on your support. I'll count on your flexibility. I count on your responsibility to, by the end of this week, after all this rigorous work, we will have a document that all of us are comfortable with and benefit UNESCO. Without any further delay, Secretary, could we please go to section by section and para by paragraph so we can approve the clean text, hopefully. Thank you.
So we start with the section on proportionality and do no harm, starting with paragraph 26, as shown on the screen.
So paragraph 26, as we approved in the intersession consultation. Any objection? I see none. Okay, I see Iran would like to have Iran, you have an objection? Iran, you have the floor.
And Excellency, I take the floor to appreciate your excellent job and your team. And then there is in the last, it's from the bottom, the third line, there is a mistake there. Yeah, just I take the floor that the Secretariat read it after it's too difficult to reserve. After that, there is a mistake there. Or no, it's already corrected. It's already corrected. The one that we have before also, there was a mistake.
Thank you.
We have the correct version there. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, dear Representative Iran. And I think it's Yunus, if I'm mistaken.
No, it's already corrected in the text we have before.
Correct.
Also. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you so much, Iran. So I see paragraph 26 approved. Thank you. Go to the next paragraph.
So paragraph 27, under safety and security, as on the screen.
Any objection? I see none. Accepted. Next paragraph.
Paragraph 28, under fairness and non-discrimination, as shown on the screen.
Any objective paragraph? I see Russia has an objective. Russia, please.
Здравствуйте, господин председатель. Позвольте.
Thank you, Chair. I would like, on behalf of my delegation, to give my best wishes for you to continue your very effective work in these consultations. And I can assure you that we are on your side 100%. Now, concerning this paragraph, we do not have any specific modification to table. However, we believe that the word order in the last line but one is not needed, and we suggest to strike it out. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Representative Iran, but let me check. Sorry, Russia. Thank you, Representative of Russia. Let me look if there was amendment submitted during May 31st. Could you please check, Secretariat, if there was any amendment submitted? Okay, just to clarify thing, that line, we did not receive any amendment before our April sessions, and also before the May 31st. So I'm afraid, to keep consistent with the work we are doing, we will not introduce any new amendment from the beginning, since our last approved date. Dear Representative Rasha, you have the floor.
Большое спасибо, господин председатель.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Now, in that case, we will not insist on striking out that word, but we would perhaps like some clarifications as to how we are going to work on this document, so that we can find a compromise on which all delegations can agree. In the coming paragraphs that are a little more complex, can we only therefore react on elements of the text, on amendments sent in before May 31st? Is it possible to search for linguistic solutions at this meeting? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, like I mentioned, your dear representative of Russia, we, until any amendment that's circulated after May 31st, any amendment after that, we will not discuss. But after any amendment that was discussed during the intersession consultation, and like I said, intersession consultation, we have no decision taking. The decision will be here. So if any amendment that was discussed on the intersession consultation, and we would like to be reopened again, you have the right to do that. Saying that, I'll give the floor to dear representative of France, followed by Iran. France.
Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I do not know whether you can hear me because I have some slight connection glitches. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairperson? Mr. Chairperson, can you hear me?
Here, France, go ahead.
Loud and
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairperson, we wish to take the floor at this formal session. First, to congratulate you and thank you for the way in which you are conducting our work and have conducted our work up until now. You are leading us in the right direction. It is not an easy task, and we are very grateful for it. Mr. Chairperson, we would like to take the floor to support the method you have suggested from the beginning, namely that we only discuss amendments submitted by member states prior to the given date, and whatever their importance, whether it is a substantial amendment or just a linguistic correction, we would agree with following the method you've proposed, Mr. Chairperson, and also we would agree with the proposal that is made by the rapporteur, whom we thank for reading out the report, which is to invite all member states to take into consideration the hard work done to date to achieve a consensual text. And even though the work was done in intersession work, and only the formal session can, of course, validate the results of our negotiations, but we agree, Mr. Chairperson, that what was negotiated and all the hard work we've done together can be validated by this formal meeting as discussed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, France. I'll give the floor to the dear President of Iran. Iran, please. Do you have any specific on paragraph 28? Iran, you have the floor, please, if you have any specific on paragraph 28.
Then, Excellency, we don't want to open up the floor. Just as you know, and other colleagues, we raised our consideration regarding the listing, and then I don't want to repeat that one. But the point I wanted to raise here is that we use the same listing as agreed in the all document. I mean that regarding that, although we are not happy with the listing, but I appreciate that we use the same formula. I mean that the one listing for the all document. Then we don't want that we have one listing in one paragraph and maybe another the one that maybe in some there will be a new elements that there was no consensus in the room. That's the point that I wanted to raise. And then I appreciate that we use the same formula for the listing. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, Iran. And to be honest, the only reason we have consensus because all member states, including Iran, participated. You know, sometimes even if they don't like the language 100%, but in the sense of responsibility and consensus, I thank Iran and everyone for moving forward with this. So with that, can I accept paragraph 28 as indicated? I thank you. So I can announce paragraph. Oh, I have Iran. Iran, please, you have the floor. I see none. So with that, I can say paragraph 28 approved. Can we go to paragraph 29, please?
So paragraph 29 under the same section as shown on the screen.
Okay. Anyone object paragraph 29 and seen on the screen? I see none. I thank you. Paragraph 29 approved. Paragraph 30, please. Paragraph 30, can we approve it as seen on the screen? I see no objection. I thank you. Paragraph 30, approved.
So section sustainability, paragraph 31, as shown on the screen.
Before I go into this, my apology, since we are staying until 7 o'clock today, so we're going to have a break. I did not mention it, a break from 3:50 for 15-20 minutes. So halfway from 3:50, we'll take 15 minutes break from 3:50. With that announcement, I'll go to paragraph 31. Can we approve as seen on the screen? I thank you. Approved. Next paragraph.
Right to privacy and data protection, paragraph 32, as shown on the screen.
So, paragraph 32, approved as seen on the screen. I thank you. Approved.
Paragraph 33, as shown on the screen.
Paragraph 33, as shown on the screen. I see no objection. Approved.
Paragraph 34, as shown on the screen.
I see no objection. Paragraph 34, as seen on the screen. Approved.
Human oversight and determination section, paragraph 35, as shown on the screen.
Paragraph 35, I see no objection, as shown on the screen. Approved.
Paragraph 36, as shown on the screen.
I see objection on paragraph 36 from Oman. Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We just would like to refer to the last sentence in the article number 36, which was an addition by Brazil, which we think it's a fantastic addition, and it really adds good value to this article. And also there was addition of as a rule that was by St. Lucia to acknowledge the fact that in some cases it might not be the case. However, we have a similar idea represented in Article 26, which was an addition by Canada, in which didn't restrict it to only life and death decisions, but it was rather expanded to include decisions that are irreversible or difficult to reverse. And we just believe that maybe this addition to have that consistency and to have the same strength as Article 26 and to use the same thing. We have no strong feelings regarding the wording, exact wordings. Maybe, the natives can give it a better wording than us. But this is just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Oman. I believe that the Brazilian amendment was accepted and reflected in the clean text.
Yep.
So this is the text after, we discussed the St. Lucia, Oman, Brazil, and it's reflected on the text in front of us. So, Oman, are you okay with it? Or should I open the discussion on the mandate? Because Brazil was opened and it was accepted. And it's reflected.
Yes, Your Excellency, we don't really have strong feelings with this. We just thought if there is a consensus about this, but we'll definitely not get in the way of consensus. We just thought that it would make it stronger not to have it exclusive to life and death situations, because as we know that there are some situations that could be considered as really bad, not just death. But we have no strong feelings, and if all the states are happy with this, we have no issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Oman. And just to reflect, on paragraph 26, we accept the Canadian. It was reflected there, and I thank you, for your flexibility and to have it with a consensus so we can move forward. Thank you, Oman, again. So the Brazil was accepted. The Canadian point of view was reflected in 26. So this is your 2 points of view are covered. Thank you, Oman. With that, I can say paragraph, unless there's no other objection, I see none. 36 approved. Next section.
Transparency and explainability. Paragraph 37 as shown on the screen.
Is there any objection, paragraph 37? I see none. 37 accepted.
Paragraph 38 as shown on the screen.
Any objection, paragraph 38 as shown on the screen? I see none. So paragraph 38 is accepted.
Paragraph 39 as shown on the screen.
Is there any objection on paragraph 39? I see no objection. So it's approved. Again, let me remind everyone, those documents, it's been sent to each member state who participated in the intersectional consultation and and the ones who did not. Everyone was listed day by day. We wanted to make sure, after every day we send the documents. It was sent before the start of today. So I'll give it more time so people can read. Any objection, paragraph 39? I see no objection. So paragraph 39 accepted.
Paragraph 40 as shown on the screen.
Is there any objection in paragraph 40? I see none. Approved.
Paragraph 41 as shown on the screen.
I see in the chat people want to read it, so they have the translation, and we'll accommodate for that. Secretariat, please, could you read the paragraph so they have it in the 6 languages? Then I'll approve it.
So paragraph 41 reads as follows. Transparency and explainability relate closely to adequate responsibility and accountability measures, as well as to the trustworthiness of AI systems.
Thank you, Secretariat. Paragraph 41. No objection. I see none. Approved. Could you please read paragraph 42 so they have it in the 6 languages?
Responsibility and accountability. Paragraph 42. AI actors and member states should respect, protect, and promote human rights and fundamental freedoms, and should also promote the protection of the environment and ecosystems, assuming their respective ethical and legal responsibility in accordance with national and international law, in particular member states' human rights obligations and ethical guidance throughout the life cycle of AI systems, including with respect to AI actors within its effective territory and control. The ethical responsibility and liability for the decisions and actions based in any way on an AI system should always ultimately be attributable to AI actors corresponding to their role in the life cycle of the AI system.
Thank you. I see no objection. Paragraph 42. Approved.
Paragraph 43, appropriate oversight, impact assessment, audit, and due diligence mechanisms, including whistleblowers' protection, should be developed to ensure accountability for AI systems and their impact throughout their life cycle. Both technical and institutional designs should ensure auditability and traceability of the working of AI systems, in particular to address any conflicts with human rights norms and standards and threats to environmental and ecosystem well-being.
Any objection? Paragraph 43. I see none. Paragraph 43. Approved.
Awareness and literacy. Paragraph 44. Public awareness and understanding of AI technologies and the value of data should be promoted through open and accessible education, civic engagement, digital skills, and AI ethics training, media and information literacy, and training led jointly by governments, intergovernmental organizations, civil society, academia, the media, community leaders, and the private sector, and considering the existing linguistic, social, and cultural diversity to ensure effective public participation so that all members of society can take informed decisions about their use of AI systems and be protected from undue influence.
Do I see objection? I see none. So, paragraph 44 approved. I have a request from an observer. Please, observer, you have 1 minute. IAUPL.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hope that you can hear me. On behalf of university communities, I'd like to thank you for the way in which you are conducting the discussions, as well as the intercession discussions. I would like to make a remark concerning the language in paragraph 44. What we have in the English version of the text, we have the word academia, whether it is university in French. Now, you will see in 47 and further paragraphs that the word academia in English is then translated by the world of universities or universities, and I'd like to thank the member states for noting that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll go to then paragraph 45.
Paragraph 45, learning about the impact of AI systems should include learning about, through, and for human rights and fundamental freedoms, meaning that the approach and understanding of AI systems should be grounded by their impact on human rights and access to rights, as well as on the environment and ecosystems.
Any objection? Paragraph 45. I see none. Paragraph 45 approved.
Multi-stakeholder and adaptive governance and collaboration. Paragraph 46. International law and national sovereignty must be respected in the use of data. That means that states complying with international law can regulate the data generated within or passing through their territories and take measures towards effective regulation of data, including data protection, based on respect for the right to privacy in accordance with international law and other human rights norms and standards.
Thank you. Okay, I see an objection. Russia, you have the floor, followed by Iran. Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We would prefer clarification. Unfortunately, the sound is too poor, does not enable interpretation. In accordance with the agreed time frames, we propose to include the wording that means that states complying with international law and legislation can regulate, and so on and so forth. Thank you. Unfortunately, the sound was very poor at the beginning, so unfortunately the interpreter was not able to interpolate the beginning of that intervention. Meaning that states complying with international law and national legislation can regulate data, and so on and so forth.
Again, dear representative of Russia, this amendment was not submitted before, so I'm afraid I cannot introduce a new amendment. And for the same reason as, we had a deadline for the amendment, so we can facilitate and give time to the capitals to review any amendments. And what you're mentioning, there was no amendment on that. So again, to be consistent, I know I cannot open a new amendment. So with that, I'll give the floor to Iran. Iran, you have the floor. Then I'll come back to you, Russia. Iran.
Excellency, I take the floor to help to streamlining the text. And then here, then other as an ambiguity there, we propose that relevant human rights. That's one issue, and then relevant instead of other. So that's one issue, Excellency. Then again, we wanted to repeat our position that we fully believe that multi-stakeholderism is not a principle. It's a method. So, and then it's a big mistake that we mentioning here that it's a principle. No, it's not a principle, it's a method. That's one issue that I wanted to raise and repeat it with other delegates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Iran. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Germany. Germany, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for returning to work and for your interesting contributions so far. Mr. Chair, I would like to very much support the position you have expressed earlier in the sense how we progress and how we organize our work. And that is, we set ourselves a deadline for the submission of amendments, and we discussed the amendments we submitted. So unless we return to discussing amendments we have already discussed, I do not see much space for this type of discussion that seems to be, or that there might be a risk that this type of we are having a type of discussion that does not stay within these frames. I would like to support you in sticking to this frame. As for the substance, I do not want to go into it. I would rather encourage colleagues of the member states who have taken the floor on this paragraph and who have elaborately engaged with us, with all member states, within the last week, that I would kindly appeal to all colleagues looking forward to our discussions on things we have already discussed last week, that we have established positions of the group of participants. And unless it is to repeat one's position, we should all have realistic expectations on where the consensus on the different items actually is. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, full support for your direction of our meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of France, followed by Brazil, then Norway.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Briefly, we fully endorse what has just been said by Germany, and regarding the method that you have proposed. We took the floor at the beginning of the meeting to endorse your position. Germany supports it as well. I'm sure we are many in sharing that sentiment. The consensus that has been established after extensive discussions during the intersession, which, as you recalled, are not formal discussions, this consensus should not be reopened. It should be formally accepted. We are now engaged in a formal process of adopting what we agreed on in recent days. We're not in a situation where we reopen discussions, even though amendments may have been submitted in a timely manner. They can no longer be discussed because they were discussed previously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Brazil, followed by Norway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hello, good afternoon to everyone. Well, I'd like also to express our support from Brazil to your procedure and to the procedure that we have been adopting to discuss this recommendation and the amendments. For us, it's very important to have a constructive approach. We have spent 3 weeks already discussing lengthily this recommendation and all the amendments that were proposed according to the procedure established since the first meeting, the first intergovernmental meeting of this recommendation. And I think we have to be very pragmatic and constructive and build on what was already achieved in terms of consensus. For many paragraphs, we have long discussions, and it was very hard to find a language that was acceptable for everyone, but we managed to do this. And actually, I think this work that we did during these 3 last weeks is the work that we are presenting here now to the big meeting, to the Intergovernmental official meeting. And I think we have to build on that. If there were things that maybe some states, maybe the ones who are not, or even if they want to have a new clarification, they can open, of course, because this is the official meeting. At the same time, I think we have all to bear in mind that we had discussions already and we have achieved some consensus. And we have to build on that and not try to restart again the discussions, to include new wording that was not even presented in the first time. Otherwise, I think we're going to be walking in circles, because we have already discussed many of those paragraphs. We had already agreed on many things to arrive at this point. And I think it's important to have in mind this constructive spirit, which is a very positive spirit. We had a very, very positive discussions and constructive ones last week. And I think, fortunately, we arrived to some wording that was accepted by all of us, and we should stick to that. So just to say that we support your procedure, and we think we have to work on the amendments that were presented and avoid trying to present new amendments at this point of the negotiation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll give the floor to Norway, followed by Finland, then Kuwait.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll try to be quite brief. We are very strongly in support of the Chair's working method as being presented here. We don't need to remind ourselves that we were for 3 weeks, basically every day, doing intersessional meetings. And we have to build on the consensus achieved during those 3 weeks of meetings in which many member states were present. So Norway's position is also very much aligned with Germany, France, and Brazil. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Norway. Before I go to the next speakers, again, I'll just remind you that the way I've been doing, I'll give the floor for the people who are taking the floor first time. If someone took the floor and they want to take it again, please hold. I want to give chance to the member states who did not take the floor. With that, dear representative of Finland, followed by Kuwait, then Italy. Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. Good to be back. Yes, Finland fully supports the chair's method. We've spent, as many previous speakers have said, we've spent a lot of quality time discussing this recommendation, and I feel that in those discussions, many different countries were present, and their views represented, listened to, and considered, and now we are in the. I think we were continuing with the same methodology all through the intersessional as we had established already in the first week of the intergovernmental meeting, and we are now continuing logically with exactly the same methodology. So the procedurally, yes, there's a difference in the status of the meeting from last 3 weeks compared to now, but in substance, I think we are just continuing the one big long jamboree of a meeting. And in that sense, we feel that there's absolutely no reason to reopen and revisit discussions that we've already had, redo the debates that we already did. The result, I don't think we can. Again, I think we could spend a lot of time trying to make the text better or make some changes. Or I'm sure that during those 3 weeks we made changes that are not completely coherent everywhere. We are using terminology maybe in one place in one way and another way in another place. However, we can live with that. We can definitely live with that. So we are pleading very, very strongly not to revisit, not to reopen, not to rediscuss proposals that have already been discussed. And of course, please, let's not discuss any proposals that are totally new. We've had already months of time to prepare for proposals and amendments. So let's stick with the chosen process. I'm looking forward to the rest of the meeting and good collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Finland. I might also reflect what's in the chat before I give the floor to the dear President of Italy. Let me reflect what's in the chat. Is they want to support like the previous speakers and the methodology that we all set, from day one, and to continue just approve the text as after the international consultation. Spain, Netherlands, Morocco, Andorra, Sweden, Saudi Arabia, Lithuania, Canada, Czech Republic, UK, Oman, Tanzania, Iceland, Nigeria, Lebanon, and Australia. With that, and Latvia, Slovakia, and Malaysia, Uruguay, Poland, Madagascar, Austria, so Jamaica, Algeria, Tunisia, Namibia, Egypt, Congo, Republic of Congo. So with that, while continuing the list, I'll give the floor to the dear President of Italy. Italy, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Italy fully supports your chair and in the method and style, because you are guaranteeing the possibility for everybody to interact, to contribute. We have discussed all these paragraphs for a long period of time, and giving everybody the possibility to interact, to make observation, amendments, and so on. Now it is not, in my view, and in the view of my country, it is not the moment for fine-tuning of words, of wording. This is always possible, and it is not the moment, in my view. So I consider that your chair is perfectly correct, and it would allow us to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. My apology to Kuwait. You should be first. Kuwait, you have the floor, followed by Austria, then Mexico. Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kuwait fully supports the methodology that we all agreed from day one, and we have invested many hours reading, and some of the paragraphs even took more than 1 hour discussing and having the consensus. And we're not here to open this door again and having a rediscussion what we have already invested our time in. I really thank your chair and the group that have been every day posting back the agreed upon amendments. We had enough time to read them, and here we are making sure that whatever we have approved is reflected on the clean text in front of us. This high quality text, and there are many paragraphs we did not have any amendment on, so we don't have to even revisit it. Just we can skip on them and go to the paragraphs that we had amended to make sure that whatever we agreed on is reflected in front of us. And thank you again for your chair.
Thank you, Kuwait. I'll give the floor to Austria, followed by Mexico, then Burkina Faso. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also good afternoon from my side. Just to echo in the strongest possible terms that the interventions of member states who came before us from all regions of the world, and you've summarized it from the chat. I think there is the broadest possible consensus in the room, cross regions, that this is a historic moment we're just embarking on. This is the first global instrument on the ethics of AI. We feel this instrument has a huge transformative impact, in particular, setting a global standards for what we essentially achieve, what is sort of the strategic goal of that, ensuring a sustainable development, ensuring that inequalities are not further deepened, are rather sort of reversed, ensuring that each and everyone has the full enjoyment of his and her rights, and in particular, quality of life as exemplified by the Agenda 2030. That's for us the important thing. And I think we all understand that we are together on this journey. We don't want to water down this text. That's why we all agreed on the methodology that you introduced, Chair, and we fully support you on this. I think there's the broadest possible consensus that we want to keep sticking to that methodology for the sake of making sure that this instrument can be adopted by the General Conference, and that the strong text that we've achieved right now, and there's, again, we've discussed it, others have alluded to it for weeks and weeks and weeks. The methodology has been all clear to everyone. We are also not ready to, first of all, reopen that text that has been extensively discussed, and their agreement has been made during these last weeks with all delegates being there, being heard. And certainly we would agree also with your conclusion that no new amendments should be introduced. I close with this. I plead with everyone that we all fulfill sort of our responsibility of making sure that this text that will be of great importance to our communities, in particular the communities that suffer from inequalities, not only among member states, but also within communities. This is a text of hope. And it's not only a text of hope for our communities, it's a strong signal for UNESCO to be in the lead in such an important topic. And we need to reverse also that discourse that favors technology as an end in itself and not the human being. This is a strong signal for a human rights-based, human-centered instrument that focuses on the quality of life of individuals and communities. And that's what we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. Thank you, Claudia. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Mexico, Javier.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I too wish to state that the text that we have before us, this text, I believe, reflects a balanced position. It is consensus-based. It reflects the very hard work that has been done. I think we have to thank all the delegations for their contribution. I think it's crucial that we continue to make progress on the basis of the work that has been completed in recent weeks, and we fully agree with the working method that you're proposing. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, dear President of Mexico. I'll give the floor to the dear President of Burkina Faso. You have the floor.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The delegation of Burkina Faso wishes to thank you for the methodology which has been adopted. As the ancient Romans used to say, no chief, no ideas. It's difficult to pool suggestions that everybody can accept, because even though I may accept what I have before me today, I might change my mind tomorrow. But we have to reach an agreement. Perfection does not belong to this world. We have to adapt. The terms are not carved in stone, and that's why from time to time the text is revised. And therefore, in my view, the delegation of Burkina Faso feels that we have to comply with what we agreed upon, and we should see through what has been done in terms of consultation in previous weeks. What has been done before should now be adapted, and what we revised last week during the intercession consultation, that can be adopted, that can be adjusted, but everybody has to display goodwill and good faith in order for us not to dwell on this indefinitely, because in seeking to constantly improve, the result would then be that nothing happens. So we must move on, we must continue to make progress on a consensus basis. And thank you once again, Mr. Chairman, for your excellent chairmanship, and we fully agree with you regarding procedural matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Again, let me say, what I've been here for the last several minutes, all member states, they want to continue with the methodology that member state, all of you, and we agreed upon. My role is just to make sure to reflect, what we agreed upon. With that, I have Costa Rica, please, Costa Rica.
Rápidamente, señor Presidente.
Very briefly, Chair. Our delegation would like to support you in the work that you've undertaken. We know that some texts can be improved and may be more or less desirable depending on the country, but there are some texts that are possible, and that's what we see in this text. It's something that's achievable and it's very democratic, so we fully support all of the work you've undertaken. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Costa Rica, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll give the floor again to the dear President of Russia, followed by Iran. Russia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We regret having to request the floor again, but we'll try to set out our position regarding procedural matters on these discussions. Of course, we also do not wish in any way to block consensus and the building of consensus. However, we have to say that this was not set out as a formal consultation. So our country is concerned regarding the wording of several paragraphs to the extent that at present, in their present wording, our delegation cannot endorse them, and we cannot follow consensus on that basis. Now, in this regard, we had reserved the right to return to a discussion, to go back to these discussions regarding matters of principle for this particular meeting. And we set this out in a separate message that we submitted to the Secretariat initially. And in this regard, First of all, we wish to commend your approach that we should move forward quickly on the text. We have agreed ourselves with many provisions of the document, but we have to state very clearly that we should be able to go back to the drafting of matters that raise serious concerns. This method of majority voting will be applied to the basic aspects of the text, but as was stated before, we will have to restate our position regarding the document as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Rasha. Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Iran. Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
And then, Excellency, I take the floor that are mentioning that our delegations support the chair and the method. And then we also support the proposal, the suggestion proposed by Pakistan that the member states need at least a minute to raise the issues. And then for this reason, we are here. This is an informal meeting. And then the previous meeting that we had, that was an informal meeting. And then, but as we are here, then negotiating informally, member state has an equal right to raise their issues and then their concern. And then this is the method that we raise. And then, Excellency, I have a question. Based on the rules of the procedures, I appreciate that the legal officers mentioning that what is the member state's roles, or we can discuss the issues or not. My understanding is that as a negotiator, and based on the rules of the procedure in the United Nations, we can discuss any issues here. At least we have a general agreement that whenever we accepted an issue, do not open it. If otherwise a country has an issue that cannot go with that one. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, Iran. Again, every member state, they want to raise an issue, they want to talk. It's my role, my obligation, and my method of working. It's been always giving them the right. So if there is no member state that they raised their hand and they did not take the floor. So if Pakistan or any other country they want to take the floor, all they need to raise their hand, and I'll make sure I'll give the floor to the member state who were taking the floor first time. And whoever took it, they will take it the second time, as you see for Russia and Iran. So if any member state they would like to take the floor, they can raise their hand, and they will give them the floor. So with that, I thank everyone for the intervention, and I would like to reflect again. Let me go back to Iran to make sure very specific. Member states have the right to discuss anything in the document, but regarding a new amendment, we had a deadline that we all agreed upon, and it was for the reason to give time for member state to go look back and to discuss, and they have their point of view on that position, and that's what would happen. And I will not open the floor for new amendment. We gave it the time before. It's here to discuss any existing amendment. With existing amendments, we had 3 weeks to discuss them, and like I said, and to be specific, for this paragraph, I had an amendment that we discussed in the intersessional meeting, amendment from UK, amendment from Russia, and 2 amendments from Canada. And those amendments were represented by the member state themselves, by the UK, by the Russia, by the Canada. Then we had this text in front of us, the consensus. So with that, I see no objection of paragraph 46. So with paragraph 46 is accepted as seen on the screen. Thank you. And now I'll move to paragraph 47. Please, paragraph 47.
Paragraph 47 reads as follows. Participation of different stakeholders throughout the AI system life cycle is necessary for inclusive approaches to AI governance, enabling the benefits to be shared by all and to contribute to sustainable development. Stakeholders include, but are not limited to, governments, intergovernmental organizations, the technical community, civil society, researchers and academia, media, education, policymakers, private sector companies, human rights institutions and equality bodies, anti-discrimination monitoring bodies, and groups for youth and children. The adoption of open standards and interoperability to facilitate collaboration should be in place. Measures should be adopted to take into account shifts in technologies, the emergence of new groups of stakeholders, and to allow for meaningful participation by marginalized groups, communities, and individuals, and, where relevant, in the case of indigenous peoples, respect for the self-governance of their data.
Thank you. Again, in this paragraph, we had an amendment from Iran, UK, Singapore, Russia, another amendment from Singapore, UK, Canada. And it was all presented by their member states and all discussed, and the text in front of us was a consensus from the discussion. Again, if anyone would like to take the floor, please their hand, not in the chat box. If you want to take the floor, if you have a clear point of view, supporting or against, you can have it in the chat. But if you want to take the floor, please raise your hand. With this, I see no objection. Paragraph 47, so it's approved. Paragraph 48, please.
Areas of policy action, paragraph 48. The policy actions described in the following policy areas operationalize the values and principles set out in this recommendation. The main action is for member states to put in place effective measures, including, for example, policy frameworks or mechanisms, and to ensure that other stakeholders, such as private sector companies, academics, and research institutions, and civil society adhere to them by, among other actions, encouraging all stakeholders to develop human rights, rule of law, democracy, and ethical impact assessment, and due diligence tools in line with guidance, including the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. The process for developing such policies or mechanisms should be inclusive of all stakeholders and should take into account the circumstances and priorities of each member state. UNESCO can be a partner and support member states in the development as well as monitoring and evaluation of policy mechanisms.
Thank you, Secretariat. Any objection? Paragraph 48 as presented on the screen. I see no objection, so paragraph 48 approved. Paragraph 49.
Paragraph 49, UNESCO recognizes that member states will be at different stages of readiness to implement this recommendation in terms of scientific, technological, economic, educational, legal, regulatory, infrastructural, societal, cultural, and other dimensions. It is noted that readiness here is a dynamic status. In order to enable the effective implementation of this recommendation, UNESCO will therefore, 1, develop a readiness assessment methodology to assist interested member states in identifying their status at specific moments of their readiness trajectory along a continuum of dimensions, and 2, ensure support for interested member states in terms of developing a UNESCO methodology for ethical impact assessment, in parentheses EIA, of AI technologies, sharing of best practices, assessment guidelines, and other mechanisms and analytical work.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Russia. Russia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you recall, this was one of the paragraphs which our delegation has some problems with. First, the initial amendment was quite broad. We would propose that we try to accommodate the views of all delegations, and we would propose the following. Develop a readiness assessment methodology in order to assist interested member states upon their request, and upon the request is what we suggest including, and paragraph 2, point 2, upon their request in terms of developing a UNESCO methodology for impact assessment without the capitals. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, dear Representative Russia. Again, I need to show, can you please, Secretary, put on the screen the amendment that was submitted by Russia? And if it's talking about this amendment. No, not adding here, no. Go back to the document 49 with the Russian amendment. Okay, dear Representative Russia, could you please elaborate where you want your addition on your amendment, where it says this is the amendment was submitted, and that's what we discussed. So where you want to add interested member state, as you said, on the amendment in front of us.
Mr. Chairman, going forward, we will be submitting our amendments on the basis of the black text up on the screen. So initially, our amendment was to delete part of that paragraph, a whole chunk of that paragraph. But now, in the spirit of compromise, we are prepared to submit a less radical amendment. Bullet 1, develop a readiness assessment methodology.
Assist interested member states, and this is our inclusion, upon their request, in identifying their status at specific moments of their readiness trajectory along a continuum of dimensions. This all goes as it is on the screen. The same inclusion for member states in bullet point 2. Ensure support for interested member states upon their request in terms of developing a UNESCO methodology. And finally, we would like to prefer to make it in non-capital letters for an ethical impact assessment without capitalization of the title of this document. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rasha. Again, Rasha, like my clarification previously, we will not go to a new amendment on the text. If was only the amendment that's submitted before, I will not open the floor. And that's again to be consistent with the methodology that we've been used since April. We had any amendment to be discussed should be submitted before the deadline, so member states have time, experts have time, capitals has time. So the only thing could be brought up, because we are in the category 2 meeting, anything can be brought up. Only amendment was discussed in the inter-sessional consultation, because that was not a decision making. We discussed it, we reached consensus, we come here to approve that. So we're saying that I will not be able to add new amendment. Saying that, I see a couple hands raised. Please, could you raise your hand? I mean, could you, I'll start with Brazil, followed by Germany. Brazil, please.
Thank you, Chair. In this case, I just wanted to refer to the proposal that was made by Russia now, and just to remind that in this point, I remember we had a long discussion too, and it was already when we were discussing the Russian concerns that we decided to include interested member states. So, and from our understanding, I think that was the understanding of the room at that moment, and the Russian delegates were present there. The idea was that when we included interested member states, their concerns were already duly addressed, because the idea is that, of course, UNESCO is doing this to support member states. If they are interested in having access to this methodology, this assessment methodology that UNESCO is going to prepare, it's understood that it's upon their request. So with this, I just wanted to ask my colleague from Russia to consider that this discussion was already made during the intersessional consultations, and we have already achieved this agreed language to specifically to address their concerns. And as far as I understand, I think they are totally included in this paragraph as it is now. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Before I go forward to Germany, again, dear colleagues, member states, all amendments that we received from the member state, we went through them very details. As an example, we accommodate as much as we can for the member state's point of view. This is, I assure you that's what's done. And again, I assure you, no amendment was presented unless the member state, they were there. Saying that, the roadmap we set, and because it's a very complicated text, very complicated issues, when we had a deadline for the amendment, is just to give all of you a time to reflect with your capital, to reflect with your expert, to have a good grasp. I know this document has a technical, political, economical, legal aspects of it. So that's why we had a time. And any change, we as a secretary, and me as a chairman, I made sure after each day of the intersession consultation to be sent to all member states who participated on those sessions or not, with everyone. So saying that, I'll give the floor to Germany, please. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and for support to your way of setting out how we came to our way of organizing our work. I think we should keep that in mind. And we should also keep in mind what our Brazilian colleagues said and reminded us of. This is, speaking very briefly on the point in substance, this is at best going to be a recommendation. It is non-binding. And it is obvious, frankly, I do not see any possibility under which UNESCO, even if this was a binding instrument, which it is not, where UNESCO could potentially force its support on any member states. This is so completely out of the principles of working of member states with international organizations that I struggle to understand how this can be a seriously presented amendment at this time of the debate. We have also heard from a colleague from Brazil that it is in fact a point that Russia has proposed already, and that member states have felt the kindness and openness in the sense of compromise to accommodate in the term interested, even though this word is really not necessary. This is the term that was used to accommodate for Russia's concern. We can, of course, if we wanted to not negotiate in good faith, we could continue and present smaller versions of our initial amendments again and again and again, only to have the same outcome in consensus at the end. But the effect would be that we will never finish. So if this is the intention of this type of amendment, I'm happy to hear it. I'm happy to take it into account. And I think all member states should have this level of transparency if they wish to do so and proceed so. I would strongly support your way of going forward, and I would urge colleagues to stick to what they have been engaging in the last few weeks, and indeed continue working together in good faith as we have done for so much time now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, do I see objection on paragraph 49 as it's shown on the screen? And again, I appreciate and I really thank the flexibility of all member states, as there always been throughout this long journey. They show flexibilities. Also, they show their team spirit for the benefit of this organization. With that, I would say paragraph 49 approved. I'll give the floor to Russia. Please, Russia, you have the floor. I saw some message from the text. If you have something, you can raise your hand and explain it on this so I can hear you. Russia, please, you have the floor, Russia.
Thank you, Chair. I try to... прошу прощения.
Apologies. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are trying to be as creative as humanly possible to ensure that we do not hamper this negotiations process. We want to facilitate negotiations. However, at this juncture, in keeping with the instructions I've been given, I cannot associate our delegation with Para 49 as it stands, as we can see it up on the screen. Even if we're the only delegation to take this stance. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Russia. Again, this is like, a lot of items might come. Some members say to them or the instructor, cannot. From my part, as a chair, your point of view will be well reflected in the report. That in paragraph 49, Russia had a concern in it, has an issue with it, and it will reflect it, as I did in the intersessional consultation, where I made sure each each concern from member state was reflected in the report. So with that, I assure you, Representative Russia, your concern will be reflected in the report. So with that, I can move forward to the next para. I'll give the floor to Secretary. Please have the floor, para 50.
Yes, thank you very much. Paragraph 50 reads as follows. Member states should...
Please wait, Secretariat. I see. Russia, you are unmuted. You want to take the floor? You want to continue, Russia? Okay, sorry. You are unmuted now. I'll give the floor to Secretariat, please, paragraph 50.
Thank you. So, paragraph 50, member states should introduce frameworks for impact assessment, such as ethical impact assessment, to identify and assess benefits, concerns, and risks of AI systems, as well as appropriate risk prevention, mitigation, and monitoring measures, among other assurance mechanisms. Such impact assessments should identify impacts on human rights and fundamental freedoms, in particular, but not limited to the rights of marginalized and vulnerable people or people in vulnerable situations, labor rights, the environment and ecosystems, and ethical and social implications, and facilitate citizen participation in line with the values and principles set forth in this recommendation.
Thank you. So paragraph 50, we received an amendment from the UK, Russia, another amendment from the UK, Iran, and Germany. And what you see on the screen after thorough discussion and consensus after all those amendments. So with that, is there any objection of the paragraph as seen on the screen? I see none. So paragraph 50, approved. Next.
Okay. So paragraph 51 reads as follows. Member states and private sector companies should develop due diligence and oversight mechanisms to identify, prevent, mitigate, and account for how they address the impact of AI systems on the respect for human rights, rule of law, and inclusive societies. Member states should also be able to assess the socio-economic impact of AI systems on poverty and ensure that the gap between people living in wealth and poverty, as well as the digital divide among and within countries, are not increased with the massive adoption of AI technologies at present and in the future. In order to do this, in particular, enforceable transparency protocols should be implemented corresponding to the access to information, including information of public interest held by private entities. Member states, private sector companies, and civil society should investigate the sociological and psychological effect of AI-based recommendations on humans in their decision-making autonomy. AI systems identified as potential risks to human rights should be broadly tested by AI actors, including in real-world conditions, if needed, as part of the ethical impact assessment before releasing them in the market.
Thank you. This is really an example of an amendment or a paragraph where I have a number of amendments, and the time we discussed, for example, we had an amendment for this one from the UK, Russia, Singapore, Australia, Mongolia, Canada, Brazil, Iran, all those member states submitted draft amendments in paragraph 51. And also from Korea, submitted amendments on this paragraph, and after lengthy discussion, what you see in front of you is a consensus of a lengthy discussion between all member states who submitted those draft amendments, and where they felt this is comfortable for all of them. With that, is there any objection? I see there is objection on the paragraph. I see Pakistan, there is a hand. Pakistan, you have the floor, please. Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Pakistan the floor. No amendment is suggested as discussed. The only thing that we propose is that instead of saying ethical impact assessment, because we have already defined it, if you could just replace it with EIA in caps, that's it. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Pakistan, but to me, any changes, that's an amendment. If I do it, I need to open the floor for the discussions. And that changes, I did not receive it before. So again, to be consistent, I cannot continue with that. With my, my sincere, I really wish it was within the guideline, but I can't, and to be consistent. So with that, is there anything in the chat box I need to? Okay, there's no objection. So with that, I see no objection. Okay, I see Iran has an objection. Iran, you have the floor.
And then, thank you very much, Excellency. We had an amendment here, and it's very important for my delegations. And then it's focused on right to development. As the right to development is an inalienable right of the member state, we strongly suggest that at least once in the text be reflected. Why? Because I saw that the rapporteur mentioned that the right of the development is part of the human right. That's true. But at the same time, international human law is a part of the international law. Why we have a double standard here? We mentioned 100 times international human law, while we have the books. But for this reason, we fully support that, because the right to development is important for 134 countries, developing countries. And we strongly support that we have it here. Thank you.
So, dear Representative Iran, again, you meant to open that amendment that you submitted before for discussion again here.
And Excellency, as we proposed it in the informal meeting, yes, and then we wanted to raise it in the in this formal meeting as well. Thank you.
So, can we have the Iran amendment on the screen? Before I give the floor to Austria, I just want to put the amendment so I can. Okay, meanwhile, I'll give the floor to Austria, while the technical people reflect, the amendment of Iran, and to see. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is to clearly state that the right to development, as we see it, is not of concern only to 133 countries and to the rest not. And I suppose the distinguished delegate of Iran wanted to say it's not of concern to Austria, but I would like to reassure him, for us, the right to sustainable development, or the fact that we all agree, and this is very much epitomized in the Agenda 2030, unanimously, all member states of the United Nations have agreed on that blueprint for sustainable development, which is premised on the indivisibility and interrelatedness of all human rights. And I'd like to make that point very clearly, because it's been very much also acknowledged in the Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, hosted by my government back then in 1993, where it was very much highlighted that all human rights, be it political, civil, economic, social, and cultural, they're all interlinked and all interrelated. So there's no doubt that, in particular, when it comes to sustainable development, it's not a blueprint for the global south or for LDCs. It's a blueprint for the entire humanity. And human rights apply to all people and all communities. That's something that I want to make very clear. We've discussed the Iranian amendment in extenso. We've discussed it, I think, several times. We've made the arguments already there. What we wanted to suggest was, because it's much more appropriate, that we put some sort of a general reference to the Agenda 2030, which is the latest document when it comes to development. In my mind, it operationalizes development issues in a very holistic and rights-based manner, and certainly also the right to development, if you want to have it spelled out as such. But that we put that in the preamble. Again, there's no contesting of that fact. And the whole text is about sustainable development. We feel it's very strongly something that will use the potential of artificial intelligence, to use it as a transformative power to achieve the Agenda 2030, to achieve all rights, political, civil, economic, social, and cultural rights. And we put it amply there. We put it amply also true to our mandate, cultural diversity and all the rest of it. But in this very context, picking out the right of development, and it's just plainly not appropriate. And then also in terms of the content, not right. Knowledge sharing regarding the right of development doesn't make sense to me. So again, we've discussed it amply. Austria is not ready to reopen all of these discussions we had already. I think we made sure in the informals and also in the formal first round that we listen to everyone, but that we find a solution that that addresses these concerns. We felt that the Iranian delegation back then in these discussions was ready to accept that we have that kind of solution in the preamble. And I feel we cannot go on like this, because otherwise we reopen the whole text. And I would very much plead, and I think it's been really very, very clearly said by so many when we discuss methodology, if we reopen everything that we've discussed in the last weeks, even though we're just informals, we were all in agreement that even though these were informals, but I mean, we do remember why we had informals in the first place, because we didn't have the time and the resources to have numerous third, fourth, fifth formal sessions. There was a clear understanding that this will stick. Otherwise, why would we even spend so much time? We spent a lot of time going through these texts and seeking out solutions. So as a matter of principle, and for all the other reasons, ample reasons that I cited, I would strongly plead with everyone that we don't reopen this text and go to the solution we set up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Austria. Again, we have it in front of us, and just reminding our colleagues from Iran, because we had the same discussion at that time, I remember. And you said the right of development. This is what's sort of covered in the policy area 4, in para 79 or para 80, where it talks, about the development. So with that, does anyone support the change that, again, the methodology I'm going, unless amendment was submitted previously, I know we had a consensus, I know we had a discussion, but again, member states have the right to reopen it again. And that discussion was, are we going to go have the same discussion? But at that time, Iran presented, and all member state had a discussion, and we reached that point. We're going to open it again. I think we will reach the same thing. So with that, does anyone object opening the floor for things that changed before? Please, either in the chat or raise your hand, and I will read it. I will not give the floor. If you object, reopen the amendment that's already agreed upon. So either you say it in the chat or raise hand if you object, please.
Sweden, Germany, Brazil.
So let me read. So France, Spain, Italy, Pakistan, Czech, Finland, Argentina, Sweden, Germany, Brazil, UK, Canada, Bulgaria. Meanwhile, I see France, their hands up. France, please. Lithuania, Slovakia. France, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We, of course, fully support the proposal by Her Excellency the Ambassador of Austria on the issue of development, on the reference to Vienna, and also on the need to discuss these notions when we're discussing the preamble. We continue to reflect on the reasons that have brought us together for several weeks now in intersessional consultations in good faith in order to reach consensus on this text. We should be able to adopt this text formally today without reopening discussions on amendments that have already been discussed. I understand, of course, Chair, that every country has the right to request that the text is reopened. However, I fully support your position that amendments proposed have already been discussed and have already been the subject of consensus. And I hope that today we can adopt in consensus what has already been negotiated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, France. Just to continue, I have Sweden, Germany, Brazil, Finland, Argentina, Lithuania, Costa Rica, Estonia, Belgium, Andorra, Iceland, Bulgaria, Tanzania, Philippines, Morocco. So with that, I see no consensus or no. I'm reflecting on the floor. The floor want to not repeat the discussion at the consultation. They see the text, the clean text is to approve. So again, ask my dear colleagues from Iran if they can reach, come with the consensus, and so we move forward. Could you please have the clean text in front of us? And also Kuwait, I see in the chat supporting not reopen a discussion that already been discussed. So with that, again, I urge my colleagues from Iran to come with the consensus so we move forward. And again, some of the issues, let's not forget, we did not open the discussion at the preamble. Some issues, might want to still can be raised in the preamble because that we have not open discussion. I give the floor for my representative of Iran. Iran, Yunus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, for your patience. Excellency, that we had been flexible for many times, but you know that whenever we raise an issue that is important for us, some specific countries take the floor and asking that, yeah, this is a new language, and then that's the first time. that mentioned in the room, and then we cannot accept any new amendment. Whenever we have an amendment that we propose, and then they mentioning that, yeah, we are not here to open the paragraph. But my question is that why we are here? So we are here to discuss and elaborate the text, because this text that we have before us is very important. It's a roadmap for international community, and we believe that we have paid special attention to it. And for this reason, our delegation constructively, positively, and actively participate in the process to enrich the document. Excellency, we are flexible that the right of development, if sub-countries believe that this place is not an appropriate one, so we are flexible to accept that one. But we want that in other places that is an appropriate one be reflected, as it is an important one. For example, the paragraph 80. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. Again, like I said, Your Excellency, everyone have the right to open any discussion, and I go with the room with the consensus. And that, specifically that dear representative of Iran and any other one, we made sure we had lengthy discussion and intersessional consultation with all member states. And again, if I have that text, can I see 51? How many member states? Yes. The number of countries? Yes. I just mentioned the number of member states who had amendment in this paragraph. It's beside Iran. Again, beside Iran, I have South Korea, UK, Russia, Singapore, Australia, Mongolia, Canada, Brazil, and Iran. And in the discussion, intersessional consultation, all of you guys, all of those member states have the time, all the time, to represent their point of view. And what we see in front of us, the clean text, that's the consensus of the room. My role was to reflect, the consensus of the room and to give the chance to everyone. So with that, and again, like I said, if any point of view or any topic or any things that's very important to the member states, we will still have the preamble that we will not open it. And we have several paragraphs at the end that we did not cover yet, from 136 to 141. Saying that, is there any objection in paragraph 51? And again, let me thank the flexibility of Iran. So with that, paragraph 51, as shown on the screen, is approved. Thank you all. Paragraph 52.
Yep. So paragraph 52 reads as follows. Member states and business enterprises should implement appropriate measures to monitor all phases of AI systems' life cycle, including the functioning of algorithms used for decision-making, the data, as well as AI actors involved in the process, especially in public services and where direct end-user interaction is needed, as part of ethical impact assessment. Member states' human rights law obligations should form part of the ethical aspects of AI systems assessments.
Thank you. Once again, the text in front of you is reflecting after, in that paragraph, we had 3 amendments from Iran, 2 amendments from the UK, and 1 amendment from Mongolia. So this is after the discussion, all those amendments, this is what the consensus and the room agreed upon. Is there any objection in paragraph 52? I see none. So with that, paragraph 52 is approved. Next, please.
Paragraph 53. Government should adopt a regulatory framework that sets out a procedure, particularly for public authorities, to carry out ethical impact assessments on AI systems to predict consequences, mitigate risks, avoid harmful consequences, facilitate citizen participation, and address societal challenges. The assessment should also establish appropriate oversight mechanisms, including auditability, traceability, and explainability, which enable the assessment of algorithms, data and design processes, as well as include external review of AI systems. Ethical impact assessments should be transparent and open to the public where appropriate. Such assessments should also be multidisciplinary, multi-stakeholder, multicultural, pluralistic, and inclusive. The public authorities should be required to monitor the AI systems implemented and/or deployed by those authorities by introducing appropriate mechanisms and tools.
Thank you. So paragraph 53, again, what you see in front of you, this is after the discussion of, we had an amendment from UK, Russia, and 2 amendments of Iran. So with that, is there any objection of the text in front of us? I see an objection from Pakistan. Pakistan, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving us the floor. I hope it's not counted as amendment, but we just wanted to emphasize that ethical impact assessments have been written before with E, I, and A as in capital letters. So for the sake of consistency, we propose, if it's not an amendment, that wherever ethical impact assessments is being written, E, I, and A should be in caps. Thank you.
Thank you for your concern, Pakistan. We will align to make sure we have consistency in the text. This is linguistic. It's not I mean, we will do that. We will clean it after we approve it. So your point is taken, Pakistan. Thank you so much. Is there any objection? I see none. So paragraph 53 approved. Please, next section, policy area 2.
So paragraph 54 reads as follows. Member states should ensure that AI governance mechanisms are inclusive, transparent, multidisciplinary, multilateral. This includes the possibility of mitigation and redress of harm across borders and multi-stakeholder. In particular, governance should include aspects of anticipation and effective protection, monitoring of impact, enforcement, and redress.
Thank you. So with paragraph 54, as you see on your screen, we had an amendment from the UK and a couple of amendments of the Iran, and after lengthy discussion and consensus, you have the text in front of you. Is there any objection? I see none. Paragraph 54 approved. Thank you. Paragraph 55, please.
Paragraph 55, member states should ensure that harms caused through AI systems are investigated and redressed by enacting strong enforcement mechanisms and remedial actions to make certain that human rights and fundamental freedoms and the rule of law are respected in the digital world and in the physical world. Such mechanisms and actions should include remediation mechanisms provided by private and public sector companies. The auditability and traceability of AI systems should be promoted to this end. In addition, member states should strengthen their institutional capacities to deliver on this commitment and should collaborate with researchers and other stakeholders to investigate, prevent, and mitigate any potentially malicious uses of AI systems.
Thank you. So paragraph 55, we had quite a number of amendments. Just to reflect the number of amendments in that paragraph, we had 2 from Singapore, 4 from the UK, 1 from Germany, 1 from Canada, and 1 from Austria. And after lengthy discussion and after reaching consensus, the paragraph in front of you is, it's in front of you after the consensus. So, is there any objection on the paragraph 55? I see no objection. Paragraph 55 approved. Next, please.
56. Member states are encouraged to develop national and regional AI strategies and to consider forms of soft governance, such as certification mechanisms for AI systems and the mutual recognition of their certification, according to the sensitivity of the application domain and expected impact on human rights, the environment and ecosystems, and other ethical considerations set forth in this recommendation. Such mechanisms might include different levels of audit of systems, data, and adherence to ethical guidelines and to procedural requirements in view of ethical aspects. At the same time, such mechanisms should not hinder innovation or disadvantage small and medium enterprises or startups, civil society, as well as research and science organizations as a result of excessive administrative burden. These mechanisms should also include a regular monitoring component to ensure system robustness and continuity continued integrity and adherence to ethical guidelines over the entire life cycle of AI systems, requiring recertification if necessary.
Thank you, Secretariat. Again, 56, paragraph 56, what you see in front of you after what we had in that paragraph 2 amendments from the UK, 3 amendments from Iran, and 1 amendment from Germany. And the text in front of you after reaching consensus. So, is there any objection in paragraph 56? I see no. Paragraph 56, approved. Next, please, 57.
Paragraph 57, member states and public authority should carry out transparent self-assessment of existing and proposed AI systems, which in particular should include the assessment whether the adoption of AI is appropriate, and if so, should include further assessment to determine what the appropriate method is, as well as assessment as to whether such adoption would result in violations or abuses of member states' human rights law obligations, and if this is the case, prohibit its use.
Thank you. Paragraph 57, we received 3 amendments, 1 from Singapore, UK, and Iran. And what is in front of you is a reflection of the consensus after the discussion. So paragraph 57, any objection? I see none. Paragraph 57, approved. 58, please.
Member states should encourage public entities, private sector companies, and civil society organizations to involve different stakeholders in their AI governance and to consider adding the role of an independent AI ethics officer or some other mechanism to oversee ethical impact assessment, auditing, and continuous monitoring efforts and ensure ethical guidelines of AI systems. Member states, private sector companies, and civil society organizations, with the support of UNESCO, are encouraged to create a network of independent AI ethics officers to give support to this process at the national, regional, and international levels.
Thank you. Paragraph 58, we had an amendment from Russia and Iran. Is there any objection in paragraph 58? I have my dear representative of Russia. Russia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our delegation had suggested withdrawing this paragraph, deleting this paragraph, because it sowed quite a lot of discord, considering the content. But in the spirit of compromise, we will not insist on the deletion of the paragraph in its entirety. Nonetheless, in our view, UNESCO's role here is somewhat excessive. That is, the role within the structure that's going to be established as a result of what is called for in the paragraph. What we suggest is introducing a caveat so as to spell out the grounds for involving UNESCO in these interventions. For instance, we could say member states could request the support of UNESCO. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasha. I have the floor to Iran. Iran, you have the floor. Dear Representative of Iran, Yunus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Excellency, for the floor. Excellency, we had a small tweak here and would like to ask that be reflected in the text, as we believe that any monitoring should be based on the national needs and the priorities. Because, yeah, such a kind of caveat helping the governments and the member states that then any monitoring then follow their needs and priorities. In other words, it be a demand-driven the one that is essentially the many developing countries need that. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you, Iran. Again, Iran, you want to reopen your amendment that was submitted before, which was based on national needs and priorities. So that's Iran's request. But before that, let me go to the request. Russia has an amendment to delete the whole thing, but now they want instead of deleting, they should add member state Yeah, member state, if they are interested. This is a recommendation. It's not a binding, but again, it's up to the member state. So, does anyone in support? Oh, I have Germany. Germany, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Not in support of the amendment, but rather in support of the compromise text as we see it in front of us. Both points have been made already, both points have been heard already and discussed at large. While I do understand that the point of our Russian colleague that this paragraph has felt divisive to them, it has, however, found consensus. So I would encourage colleagues to support it as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Just to reflect to my dear colleagues of Russia, we had their consideration regarding the interested member state. If you just give me a second, if my memory doesn't, 49. Yeah, we reflected their request where we have interested member state in paragraph 49. Yes, in paragraph 49. So I have Pakistan, you want to take the floor? Pakistan?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We fully support this paragraph. Obviously, it cannot be deleted at this stage, but we fully support the idea that to ensure comprehensive AI governance, all stakeholders should be taken on board, and it would be good to appoint any AI ethics officers to support the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pakistan. So, again, I'll give, yes, Russia, you have the floor, dear representative. Yes, Russia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do apologize for taking the floor yet again. If the interested member states option is agreeable to other delegations, we are prepared to agree to that wording. You see, the issue is not that we're trying to stop stakeholders being involved in this process. What we're trying to do is to try and strike a balance so that there's a hypothetical possibility for this list to remain open-ended. Thank you.
So, I have an amendment originally from Russia to delete it, and now instead of deleting, they want to add interested member state. So, is it okay? I'll give the floor to Brazil, followed by France. Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to come back to the same discussion that we had already in the consultations, but just to respond to my colleague from Russia, because I think here we are just encouraging member states, private sector companies, and civil society organizations to create their own network of AI ethics officer and so on. So with the support of UNESCO. So I think here in this case, if we included interested member states, it makes no sense because the message is sent to all member states. Of course, then the interested ones are the ones who are really going to implement that. But the recommendation is addressed to all of them. And so I don't think it's relevant to include it here. And then I would just like to recall that we already discussed these issues. These issues were already raised when we discussed the proposal of Russia to delete the amendment in the consultations. So I would kindly request them to consider that this discussion had already taken place, and that in this case it doesn't make sense to include interested member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I thought I had France raise their hand. France, you had the floor. Yes, France.
Vous avez pensé juste.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Mr. Chairman. This comes as no surprise. We support the text which came out of our intersessional meeting. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
So, I see the room are, they are still want to keep the text that after the intersessional consultation, because all those point of view will raised and discussed thoroughly. from all parties, and especially was through the delegation of Russia and Iran who submitted those amendments. So with that, dear representative of Russia, could we have a consensus and, and move forward? Yes, you have the floor, dear President of Russia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it seems that most of my negotiating experience stems from other fora. I don't quite understand what we're really discussing. I cannot but agree with Iran. We're negotiators. What we're trying to do is to iron out all of the issues which remain in the text. And on every single occasion, of course, we come up against the text that came out of the informal consultations. Of course, we tried to bridge the gap between our positions. We succeeded in many instances, but not in all instances. So we are endowed with the authority to find a solution as part of these consultations. But if we don't actually work on the text, if all we do is confirm our positions or the opposite, I'm not sure whether we're going to be able to tackle these complex issues which require special attention. At this juncture, I think we've made our red lines clear. They're patently obvious to you. So I think perhaps what we'd like to do is proceed the same way we did with the previous paragraph. You could perhaps note the special opinion issued by one delegation, that is the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you. Dear President of Russia, again, let me repeat it over and over. I'm here, this is a formal discussion, and I opened the amendment, and I said, Russia would like to add this. Then I reflected in the room. If I see no support, I go with the consensus with the room. If the room want to open it and discuss it, and they are agree, I'll go with the room. So I'll make sure each paragraph, if the member state want to reopen it and we see acceptance from the floor, we will continue with that. Otherwise, I reflect what the room is saying is, they are okay with the decision with the intersessional consultation where all member states are there. So saying that, I have Russia, their hands up. Russia, yes, dear representative of Russia, you have the floor. Russia?
Sorry, sir, this is a technical mistake on my side. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Algeria, do you have an objection on the amendment, on the text in front of you? Algeria, please. Okay, once we get to Algeria, let me reflect what's on the text. The text who are supporting the original text: Morocco, France, Iceland, Philippines, Kuwait, Australia, Costa Rica, Belgium.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Yes, Algeria, you have the floor. Mr. Ahmed? I can't hear you. I think there is an issue with the connection. So let me continue the list who are supporting the original.
Hello.
Yes. Your connection is very low, Algeria. So, in supporting from the original text, Belgium, Estonia, Andorra, Austria, Finland, Congo,
Hello?
Argentina, and Italy, Czech Republic, and Sweden. Algeria, there is issue with your connection. Could you please, and also the UK, support the original text. Canada. Algeria, could you please check your connection? I see your hands, but I cannot hear you. Could you put it in the text, please? Algeria, can you put your point of view in the text, since we can't hear you? And I'll try to reflect it to the member state. Okay. Algida, you have... Okay, I'll give the floor to Kuwait. Kuwait, you wanna... Kuwait?
Yes, thank you, President. When you mention original text, you mean the one that we agreed with
Absolutely.
the amendment,
Yes,
which
yes,
is in front of us.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Definitely. Okay, with that, continue. We have Canada, Argentina, Netherlands, Mexico, Switzerland, Mongolia, Malaysia supporting the text in front of us. So with that, before we go to the break, 58 is approved. We'll take 15 minutes, please. You know, until now it's Paris time 3:55. So we'll back at 4:15 to continue the next 3 hours, please. 4:15, please, Paris time. Thank you. 20 minutes. Okay, welcome back. You got an extra 5 minutes, so we can proceed with the next paragraph. So, Secretariat, please proceed with the next paragraph.
So paragraph 59 reads as follows. Member states should foster the development of and access to a digital ecosystem for ethical and inclusive development of AI systems at the national level, including to address gaps in access to the AI system lifecycle, while contributing to international collaboration. Such an ecosystem includes in particular digital technologies and infrastructure and mechanisms for sharing AI knowledge as appropriate.
Thank you. So paragraph 59, we had 2 amendments, one from the UK and one from the Iran. And what you see in front of you is the consensus of after the 2 amendments. Is there any objection in paragraph 59? I see Kuwait has their hand risen. Kuwait, could you please take the floor and elaborate or your point of view on this paragraph 59? Kuwait? Or maybe Kuwait forgot their hands raised up, because I've seen it before we started the paragraph 59. So I'm assuming they forgot their hands up. Otherwise, I would say paragraph 59 approved. And again, let me elaborate. Any amendment was discussed through the intersessional consultation. Member states still can have opened the floor, and I'll leave it to the floor and decide on the decision of that amendment. So again, we are here in a formal setting to approve the intersessional consultation, and I will not say approve until I hear the voice of each member state, just from a transparency and to make sure everyone, their point of view is reflected. And again, let me re-emphasize, there is a point where it's a major concern, and member states would like to see it in the report. I will also accommodate that for any member state. Saying that, let me move to paragraph 60. Secretary, could you please read paragraph 60? 60.
So member states should establish mechanisms in collaboration with international organizations, transnational corporations, academic institutions, and civil society to ensure the active participation of all member states, especially LMICs, in particular LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS, in international discussions concerning AI governance. This can be through the provision of funds, ensuring equal regional participation, or any other mechanisms. Furthermore, in order to ensure the inclusiveness of AI fora, member states should facilitate the travel of AI actors in and out of their territory, especially from LMICs and in particular LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS for the purpose of participating in these fora.
Thank you. In paragraph 60, we had 5 amendments, and what you see on the screens after the consensus and discussion and the intersessional session the last couple of weeks. Is there any objection? Paragraph 60. I see no objection. Paragraph 60 approved. Next, 61, please.
Paragraph 61. Amendments to existing or elaboration of new national legislation addressing AI systems must comply with member states' human rights law obligations and promote human rights and fundamental freedoms throughout the AI system life cycle. Promotion thereof should also take the form of governance initiatives, good exemplars of collaborative practices regarding AI systems, and national and international technical and methodological guidelines as AI technologies advance. Diverse sectors, including the private sector, in their practices regarding AI systems, must respect, protect, and promote human rights and fundamental freedoms using existing and new instruments in combination with this recommendation.
Thank you. So paragraph 61, we received 4 amendments in the intersessional consultation. And what you see in front of you after the discussion, okay, I have Iran would like to take the floor. Iran, you have the floor. Please, Iran.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellency, here under this paragraph, we proposed extraterritorial impact. as we are discussing the private sector's respect, and then we would like to propose that again our proposal that I read it for the colleague with extraterritorial impacts again be reflected in the text. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, let me have, please, the secretariats, could you please put the amendment where Iran has, after the word diverse sectors, comma, including the private sectors, where they have an amendment here, Iran, with extraterritorial impacts. I'll open the floor again with extraterritorial impacts, comma, Iran had an amendment here, and we discussed it, and it was not reflected. So I'll open the floor. Iran, could you elaborate the logic behind this? So again, for the
Excellence,
for just
thank you,
just to,
Excellency.
so I let me just elaborate to make sure the member state will understand this. Iran had this amendment before May 31st, where it says, like I mentioned, please can you put next before with Iran, so that everyone knows Iran. They had an amendment with extraterritorial impacts, and we discussed it, but did not approve or did not reach consensus. Iran would like to reopen it again. And I'll give the floor. Iran, could you please, again, sorry for interrupting you, to elaborate the reasoning adding this. Iran, you have the floor.
And then, Excellency, the reason is that we have many private sector with the extraterritorial impact, and then the paragraph, our proposal wanted to give this chance to the paragraph that identify that which private sectors it means that those private sector that has an extraterritorial impacts. That's the reason we wanted to identify the private sector here, and we believe that it has an added value to be reflected here, as there are many private sector that actively working in different countries and different regions. We means that those that have with the extraterritorial impact. That one reason. The other reason is that whenever such a kind of private sectors are active at the international level, they have to respect to the rules and regulations of the others. That's the reason that we believe that for these two reasons that I mentioned, we need to reflect the caveat of with extraterritorial impact. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, dear representative of Iran. If my memory still help me, when discussion this, I think, we had this terminology was included in paragraph 38. And let me read paragraph 38. While efforts need to be made to increase transparency and explainability of AI system, including those with extraterritorial impact throughout their life cycle to support democratic governance. So that was in paragraph 38, and I think the discussion was, that was enough. But again, you have the right to discuss it again. And thank you, Iran, for your point of view. Saying that, I'll give the floor to Brazil, followed by Finland. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Iran, for presenting their reasoning behind this. I just wanted to recall that during the discussions in the intersessional consultations, we had a discussion about this specific amendment. And at that time, we agreed in the end that actually including this wording would, instead of expand the sense or strengthen the paragraph, it was actually weaken, because it actually restricts the application of this. In this phrase, this is what I wanted to highlight to my colleague from Iran, we are saying that actually all the sectors, including the private sector, should always respect and promote human rights and fundamental freedoms. if we include here this amendment with extraterritorial impacts, we are actually restricting, limiting the scope of this recommendation. What is important is that the private sector, with or without extraterritorial impact, even if the impact is only within their own territory, they should still respect and promote human rights and fundamental freedoms. So I would kindly request my colleague from Iran to reconsider this, because I think actually the idea that he's willing to transmit is already included in the phrase. And actually, if we include this amendment, we are weakening this phrase instead of strengthening. And I'm saying this as a country that really is worried, is concerned with the same things that Iran is. And we totally agree with the argument behind their proposal. But we really think that in this case, this is not going to actually strengthen the phrase and the recommendation. So I would kindly request them to reconsider this and to say that we prefer, as we have defended in the intersessional consultations, the paragraph as it is now. We reached a consensus on that because we had this discussion and we arrived to this conclusion. So I would stick to the text as it is, as it was resulted from the consultations. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Finland, Tommy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'll have to say that I still keep reading this as with extraterrestrial impact, which is maybe testament to my mental state a bit, but at this state of the negotiation. But my point was basically to agree exactly the one that was made by my dear colleague from Brazil, that adding this would strongly limit this paragraph, and this we discussed this, and this was. Exactly this reason was given, and then the consensus was reached by everyone that the paragraph is better without these added words. Furthermore, I understand that our distinguished delegate from Iran is worried about companies that are operating outside of their own country, and then maybe not following national legislation, or that are breaking rules by their host country or their kind of own nation, and this issue was discussed as well in paragraph 120, where we were talking about this principle that we then agreed that no company and no AI actor should be able to exploit countries where either the legislation or ethical standards are weaker or less strong than in their own country, and I think this also addresses the worry, a very legitimate worry that was explained by the distinguished delegate of Iran. So we'll strongly support staying with the consensus text. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Finland. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Russia. Russia, you have the floor. Dear representative of Russia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Once again, we must say that English is not our native tongue, but as far as we understand, consensus and support are very different. Broad support cannot be equated with consensus. A consensus is garnered when all delegations are equally prepared to agree to the text on the screen. Now, in this specific case, we're not in favor including it, nor are we opposed to including it. However, the way the issue is being presented is important. Each of the delegations has had an opportunity to put forward their positions over the last few weeks, but our objective here is not just to gavel through all of the paragraphs which are put up on the screen. Now, we understand that there are reasons behind the inclusion of this term in the text. However, sometimes there are operators of digital platforms which are located beyond our jurisdiction. Sometimes they ignore our requests for them to uphold the legislation of the Russian Federation. And in this instance, we would call this situation cross-border implications, but these are the linguistic niceties. We all have very rich languages, the 6 official UNESCO languages, so we can probably come up with other wording so as to incorporate the concerns of all delegations without exception. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rasha. When I mentioned consensus, this paragraph 61, when it was discussed in the intersession consultation, in the present, of all member states who submitted their amendments, I did not move to the next paragraph unless everyone was comfortable with the accepted language. So when I say consensus, when I'm talking about intersession consultation, all member states, they have their point of view, and this is the text in front of you was agreed from all member states, especially from the ones who submitted their draft amendments. So this is what I mean consensus. It was, at the intersession consultation. So everything in front of you was reached after consensus from the intersession consultation. I assure you that all member states, they have the time and the chance to represent their point of view, and after we listen to Hello? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay. I think some AI expert interfere and ruin my... Okay. So, like I said, consensus was no one object, and no one did object this paragraph after the very lengthy discussion. So again, I want to make sure this is to reflect what happened in the past 12 days. With that, I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Germany, Katrina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just to very much support you in this point, consensus is not unanimity. Consensus is when nobody objects. And as those who are used to working in UNESCO, this is obviously one of the elements that very much guides our work. As with regards to the amendment represented by Iran, our position on it remains the same. We wish to have a wording that includes all potential actors, that is all sectors, including the private sector, not just those with extraterritorial impacts. Also because we feel, as our Russian colleague in fact confirmed, that it is not a very fitting term, and that given that the sentence should have a very general and comprehensive reach, we are very much attached to the wording that we had established through extensive discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Germany. And let me reflect now who are and prefer the original text. I see France, Austria, Canada, Netherlands, Mexico, Switzerland, Malaysia, Morocco, Canada, Norway, Saudi Arabia, UK, Australia, Andorra, Singapore, Argentina, Czech Republic, Oman, Costa Rica, Sweden, Lebanon, Austria, Belgium, Jamaica, Namibia, Estonia, Tunisia, Kuwait, Jamaica, Canada, Slovakia, Dominican Republic, so Poland. Okay, with that, can I ask our dear colleagues from Iran, again, we had this discussion before, and also Nigeria would like the original text. So, dear President of Iran, can we go with the room and to keep the original text? Since I said, we had that reflected in paragraph 38.
Yes, Excellency, we are flexible. We are flexible going with the discussion mentioned in the room.
Thank you. As usual, I appreciate Iran, and I thank you for the flexibility. With that, paragraph 61 approved as seen. Can we go paragraph 62?
62 reads as follows. Member states that acquire AI systems for human rights sensitive use cases, such as law enforcement, welfare, employment, media and information providers, healthcare, and the independent judiciary system, should provide mechanisms to monitor the social and economical impact of such systems by appropriate oversight authorities, including independent data protection authorities, sectorial oversight, and public bodies responsible for oversight.
Thank you. So paragraph 62, we had 2 amendments in that paragraph, and after a lengthy discussion, this is the consensus where we reached. Does anyone object paragraph 62 as is shown in the screen? I see none, so paragraph 62 is approved. Can you go to paragraph 63, please?
So paragraph 63, member states should enhance the capacity of the judiciary to make decisions related to AI systems as per the rule of law and in line with international law and standards, including in the use of AI systems in their deliberations, while ensuring that the principle of human oversight is upheld. In case AI systems are used by the judiciary, sufficient safeguards are needed to guarantee inter alia the protection of fundamental human rights, the rule of law, judicial independence, as well as the principle of human oversight, and to ensure a trustworthy, public interest-oriented, and human-centric development and use of AI systems in the judiciary.
Thank you. So I have paragraph 63. We had, 3 amendments. And I see Iran would like to raise their hand. Iran, please. You have the floor, Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
No, Excellency, it's okay.
Okay, thank you, Iran. So, is any objection in paragraph 63 after we reached consensus on the inter-sessional consultation? I see none. So paragraph 63 is approved. Can we go to paragraph 64, please?
Yep. Member states should ensure that governments and multilateral organizations play a leading role in ensuring the safety and security of AI systems with multi-stakeholder participation. Specifically, member states, international organizations, and other relevant bodies should develop international standards that describe measurable, testable levels of safety and transparency so that systems can be objectively assessed and levels of compliance determined. Furthermore, member states and business enterprises should continuously support strategic research on potential safety and security risks of AI technologies and should encourage research into transparency and explainability, inclusion and literacy by putting additional funding into those areas for different domains and at different levels, such as technical and natural language.
Thank you. So paragraph 64, we had 5 amendments on that paragraph. And after the discussion, the text in front of you is a result of the consensus of the member state participated in the intersessional consultation. So with that, is there any objective? I see any objective in paragraph 64 as seen on the screen? I see none. Thank you all. So paragraph 64 approved. Please, 65.
Paragraph 65. Member states should implement policies to ensure that the actions of AI actors are consistent with international human rights law, standards and principles throughout the life cycle of AI systems, while taking into full consideration the current cultural and social diversities, including local customs and religious traditions, with due regard to the precedence and universality of human rights.
Thank you. So paragraph 65, we had 5 amendments. And what you see in the screen, okay. Dear Representative Russia, you have the floor. Russia, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. In our view, our proposals, which were tabled earlier, are still relevant. We should delete everything that comes after
local customs and religion traditions with due regard to the precedence and universality of human rights.
Because in our view, cultural and social diversities incorporates that next bit already. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, can we have the Russian amendments on the screen where they have after including. So the Russian amendment, after including, including all the way until rights and social diversities. After diversities, Russia had an amendment to cross, including all the way to rights. Could we please reflect that? Thank you. So this is the draft amendment that was submitted by Russia. And, you know, they think still they want to open the discussion again. That's fine. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Finland, followed by France, then Austria. Finland, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Indeed, when we discussed this paragraph earlier in the intersessionals, this proposal was discussed then as well. And as the Russian delegate just said, that local customs and religious traditions might conceivably be contained by the term current cultural and social diversities. However, what is not contained in that is the precedence and universality of human rights, which we think is a very important mention. So this is a paragraph that addresses a very fine balance between cultural diversity, social diversity, and yet the precedence and universality of human rights. And we had a lengthy discussion about this already. And again, as last time, I would support the text that we agreed in the intersessional negotiations. So keeping the text as we agreed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Finland. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Austria, followed by France. Austria, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Very much echoing what Finland has said. This text is very finely balanced, and we discussed it in extenso. We would like to keep with the text that we've agreed in the intersessionals. Well, I think you have said it all. Thank you very much. For us, we wouldn't be able to accept this at all. This is very much a strong point for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to dear representative of France.
Merci de nous.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us the chance to have a strong cup of coffee. Mr. Chairman, we all needed it. As Finland, Austria, and probably other delegations, we are of the view that we should maintain the text as it was negotiated during the intersessional meeting, because it strikes a very delicate, precarious balance, but nonetheless an important one, allowing us to reflect the importance some attach to customs, traditions, but at the same time to reiterate the precedence of human rights. Therefore, as regards Russia's proposal to delete the last bit of the sentence, that is not acceptable to us, and we need to keep that last bit of the sentence in there and maintain the delicate balance we've struck. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay, I'll give the floor to Kuwait. Kuwait, please, you have the floor. Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Kuwait does not approve striking out this text. We approve the one that we have already discussed, and through the discussion, taking out these including the religious traditions and the human rights in this context, it's not approved by state of Kuwait. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kuwait. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Italy. Italy, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think that in a text like this that is very well balanced, as my colleagues have already stressed, it is not possible to take one word and not the other one, and so on. If we accept the amendment by Russia, all the balance is over. And so my proposal is to reject the amendment and to have the text as approved in the intersessional. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. And I am very, very jealous, Italy, where you're sitting. Nice weather. And we are here in Fontenoy. So.
It is a picture. It's a picture.
Thank you, Italy. Let me just reflect what's in the chat, supporting the original text. Austria, Argentina, UK, Lithuania, Germany, Australia, Italy, of course, Philippines, Ireland, Singapore, Andorra, Sweden, Uruguay, Costa Rica, Netherlands, Estonia, Mexico, Slovakia, Latvia, Saudi Arabia, Morocco. And with that, I see Iran, their hand is raised. Iran, you have the floor.
Then, Excellency, the paragraph is highly important for my delegation. And then I have 2 points here. One, again and again, and then our delegation requests that referring to the Charter of the United Nations, that is among of the inputs be reflected here. The other problem that we have an issue with that is the word precedence. And then this word, especially for OIC members, is a problematic one. And then that's an extra one. And then we cannot accept that one. And we would like to ask for deletion of that one. The reason is that one, there are many precedents that the member states were not there, and then they cannot be equal with the human rights issues. And also many Islamic countries, there's a problem with that one because that issue is not a precedence one. And then I have a proposal. Then that's a red line for that one. We cannot accept that one. We would like to ask for deletion of that one. And then the other issues is that one. If you take a look to the second line, and then human rights issues is there, then AI actors are consistent with international human rights law standards and principles. It's repetition again and again. And then I don't know why we have such a kind of repetition here, but we can go with the human rights here at the end, but our request is that when we are strongly requested that the word precedence be deleted here. Otherwise, we cannot go with the paragraph. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Iran. Let me just clarify thing. The precedence, there was an amendment. It was submitted by the Algeria and UK. And in the intersessional consultation discussion, we had a lengthy discussion. And, Iran showed their, point of view. So, and we reached the consensus of the text in front of us. That's one. Regarding, the human rights law, there is no amendment in it. So I cannot open the discussions because there's no amendment in it. Secondly, let me finish with the Russian amendment. Before I go that, I see the floor more keeping the original text and not striking it. And again, my role is to reflect that. So I urge, again, my dear representative of Russia, if we can keep the original text without striking after we hear the discussion from the floor. Before I go to the other ones. Yes, dear Representative of Russia. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As we move through the text, our delegation is increasingly concerned about the method of work we have opted for. The method we've chosen means that we cannot clear up any concerns, make our concerns less acute. It's difficult making headway. It's difficult agreeing to the text. We will not accept this overarching argument. The argument being that these issues have already been discussed. That's absolutely right. We have discussed them at length because they're very complex and require in-depth discussion. The status of the previous discussions is informal. These were informal discussions. Experts spoke as part of an informal discussion to try and come to common points of view on various paragraphs. They tried to bridge the gap between their various positions. Now we're turning to the formal side of the issues. These are formal consultations, and we're acting in line with very clear-cut instructions we've received regarding the substance, the content, which we want to reflect in the text, or perhaps in some instances we want to soften. Unfortunately, we cannot but acknowledge the fact that as we're all trying to achieve a result, a desirable result, but given the instructions we have, we're unable to do this in practice. We're unable to effectively achieve this. In fact, we're starting to harbor doubts about whether it's worthwhile for our delegation to continue partaking in this endeavor, because the sole legitimate source of consensus, of agreement, seems to be these informal consultations, which were held in the past weeks and ended last week. So if we understood you correctly, if we understood what's happening correctly, the only possible avenue the only way for us to move through the text is to either agree with the outcome of the informal consultations, or it is to disagree, which means that a priori we have to agree. So it's very difficult to understand what's actually happening. What we'd like is to proceed with this paragraph just as we did with paragraphs 49 and 58. We should like to reserve Russia's position on this entire paragraph. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, dear Representative of Russia. Again, this is still formal discussion. And to me, again, Russia had a concern in that part. That's why, dear Representative of Russia, I reflect your amendment on the screen. Even though, again, I'm saying, even though we had a lengthy discussion in the intersessional consultation, and at that time, they reached the text that before, but as I said before, now we are in the formal part of discussion, and Russia would like to see the amendment, and I presented on the screen. Yet, after I presented and listening to Russia's justification, I did not see any support for this, including striking this sentence. So my role as a chair is to reflect how's the room going and what's the room is supporting or not supporting. And I did not see a support in reflecting where I saw the majority or the room more keeping the original text. So just to clarify this, even though we discussed it in the intersession consultation, and upon your request, dear representative of Russia, I represented in the screen. And I'm listening to each one of them, the floors, their point of view, if they agrees or not. And I don't think there is other way to reflect the room unless to listen to everyone, and everyone say they want to keep the original text, saying that. I have a list of speakers, and I'll give the floor as I received it from Germany, Mexico, Brazil, and France. Please, Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm sorry, I will start quite briefly by supporting very strongly the point you've made. And I'm afraid I must address two quite direct comments regarding the remarks of our colleagues from Russia and a written remark in the chat by Iran. And that is a very simple one. It is not a problem of procedure if one finds oneself in the end, after 3 weeks of intense discussion, in an isolated position. And this is exactly what we are observing. We've had these discussions, we have dedicated hours and hours to looking at these things and to looking at the outcome of how to balance our different position. I am absolutely convinced that this is a balanced text. It is far from being a perfect text, it is a balanced one. And I would urge our Iranian colleague to recognize it, because frankly, if it were for us, religious traditions would not be mentioned in that paragraph. Quite certainly. We are making our efforts as well. The fact that we do not insist on our initial positions today is just because we honor the engagement of our Iranian or Russian colleagues who have participated in 3 weeks of intense discussion every single day. It is, to me, almost a parody of our diplomatic profession and negotiating practice to return after 3 weeks of discussion and say, oh, well, this is a problem of procedure. It is not. Returning to one's initial position is not a problem of procedure, it's a problem of engagement and of realizing that the room has moved forward and hasn't, in fact, established a consensus. And that consensus should indeed be recognized. And I would urge colleagues to very much look at the room. All member states have a position. It's not that they didn't agree with what the text that's there. It's not that they weren't ready to engage. It is that they have perfectly done their level of engagement and delivered more than enough on it. And I would encourage colleagues to review whether it is a useful and whether it is a good faith strategy to return to their initial positions at every point. Germany strongly supports the text, as was the compromise and consensus outcome of the last 2 weeks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Germany. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Mexico, followed by Iran, Mexico, Brazil, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I wanted to support the text that is a result of discussion in the intersectoral meetings. We believe that this is a balanced text. And precisely the discussions led us to recognize the cultural diversities. We have representatives of all countries of the world. We also need to recognize the diversity that we have within each of our countries, to respect the cultures and religions. To us, it is very important to maintain the text that is a result of discussions over the past weeks. We believe it is a balanced text and it should remain as is. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Brazil, followed by France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I would like to agree strongly with my colleague from Mexico. We believe that, as my colleague also from Germany just said, the text is not the ideal text for anyone. And I think actually this is the aim of diplomatic negotiations. We are always accepting a compromise that is not the best version of the text for each of us. but this compromise is our exercise. And I think this exercise we did during the last 3 weeks. And of course, it's not satisfactory for everyone, but still is the compromise that we reached. And so, of course, we are here to discuss again, and we are open to that. But at the same time, I would really like to recall that we had this same discussion already. What I think is nonsense is to repeat the same discussion and to have to listen to the same arguments from all sides. Of course, this is the last chance for some delegations to present their amendments and to see if here they can get more support than they had in the previous negotiations. At the same time, I think it's important to accept that if there is no support here too, then this amendment was not accepted. It cannot find a consensus. And we have to accept that, and we have to move forward, building on what we have already reached in terms of agreed language and consensus. I think all the countries here did this exercise in good faith. All of them ceded a little bit and accepted formulations that were not their ideal ones. But still, this is our work, and that's how we are doing a constructive work here. Regarding this specific point, I think we already discussed too, and Brazil would prefer to keep the version that was agreed upon in the consultations, because I think this is a good balance between all the points of view that were expressed then. And I think this is such a delicate balance that we found, that exactly for this reason is not interesting to reopen the debate, to arrive to the same starting points that we had. This is what we mean when we say that we believe that we should build on what we have already achieved, instead of restarting the debate from the beginning, from the starting point. So we would prefer to keep the text as it was agreed in the consultations. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. I'll give the floor to France, followed by Costa Rica.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, we fully support what has been said by the previous speakers, and in particular by Germany. This is not an ideal text, Mr. Chairperson, but we would like to remind all of us that when the experts met to submit the first version of the text, those experts already had instructions from their capitals. At least it was the case of our experts, and I'm sure that that is the general case. When we met in formal session, then in informal meetings, and again in a formal meeting today, it is obvious that at every meeting we are connected with our capitals, and that all subjects we discuss, all texts we discuss, are subject to instructions that we receive. And this is how we have managed, sometimes in spite of our instructions, to achieve this consensus. And if, as Germany said, if it was to follow our point of view, some of the references in the text would not be in there. And I'd like to remind you that some of the things that we have in the text would have been a lot stronger in this text. And let me say that on the issue of gender, there were many, many concessions. On the issue of the inclusion or not of religious aspects, there were many concessions. And I really do not believe that we are ready to make any concessions on human rights. This is a balanced text, Mr. Chairperson. This is the subject of a consensus, and we would like to keep it as is. Thank you.
Thank you. France, before I give the floor to Costa Rica, also I want to remind our dear colleague from Iran regarding their amendment on this paragraph on the UN Charter. That one also was discussed formally in April in paragraph 9. And formally, the member state took, again, consensus not to have it there. So just a reminder, it was in a formal meeting. I'll give the floor to the Costa Rica, followed by Algeria, then Iran. Costa Rica, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. First of all, I would like to support the process that you have adopted for our work as chair of the meeting. I believe that it is our responsibility to fulfill the agreements that we have for our work. The idea of working on this was to move forward swiftly this week on the basis of the agreements that we have achieved previously. And as I said earlier, some parts of the text could be better for this or that country, depending on our culture, on our legislation. But this is the text that is possible. This is the text on which the majority has agreed, on which many countries have given in something to achieve a text that is balanced, and we believe that this text is balanced. We believe that we now need to move forward, respecting the agreements found by our delegations, including the Russian delegation, that agreed at the time to leave that part of the text in. And this is important. We believe that keeping the reference to traditions is important. This is what was agreed, and this is why the text is as it is. And so, again, I would kindly request from the Russian delegation to consider again all the work that has been done on this text and allow us to move forward. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Costa Rica. I'll give the floor to Algeria, followed by Iran. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have tried to remain silent for a while, observing as much as possible, but I would like to raise a point that as we are sitting here, it's the whole world that is communicating, that is trying to come to common grounds on how to live peacefully in this very complex world. And the only way to do so is that member states respect each other's differences and not try to suppress the other's differences. There are some philosophical issues here. Clearly, each, forgive me the term, bloc or group of nations have their own their own system, and this is no reason to try to enforce it on others. Having said this, it's not a matter of concessions, it's a matter of trying to come together to common grounds, to agreeing to our differences and to respect our differences. So if what is wrong with removing precedents and saying with due regard to the universality of human rights, if we all agree on the universality of human rights, why try to enforce the word precedents when different countries have different systems that underpin different philosophies that underpin their systems? So I know if it is just a matter of majority, I should not even intervene. But I think it's a matter of thinking of the world 10 years, 20 years, 50 years from now, a world which we all hope will be a peaceful one, where each nation respects the others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Algeria. But let me clarify one thing. Dear representative of Algeria, my role as a chair to make sure the discussion went fairly, and throughout the last 4 weeks, every member state, they have the right, they have the respect, and no one, and again, no one surpassed the other member state. That's why we had the lengthy discussion. That's why we had a healthy discussion. That's why we have a discussion where we reach, middle ground. I assured you, you and other member states, there are so many different points of view came up to this text, and to reflect that, as I said, some paragraph have 5, 6, sometimes more than 6 amendments. And the text in front of you is the middle ground of those texts. It will not be, a lot of member states will not be too much happy, or they're not too satisfied, but it's common ground. And as you see, there is a lot of diversity, but we reach consensus in certain language regarding religion, ethnic groups, human rights, where it's common ground. And this is the process that's been followed. But I cannot let anyone say it in this meeting, the Category 1 first meeting in April, intersessional consultation, and now is a member state suppress other member state. This is not allowed under my chairmanship. And again, all member states have the right, and I proved it by the time I gave them, and I made sure I listened, and now I'm repeating it, even that we had discussion, the same discussion, and the intersession consultation, a member state, when they want their point of view to be reflected on in the text, I'm presenting it again, and I'm listening to the floor. Where I see the floor is not in supporting, we will not accept it. If the floor in supporting, I will keep it. This is my role. So that's just a reaction to the dear representative of Algeria. Saying that, I'll give the floor to Iran, followed by France. Iran?
Excellent. Thank you for the floor, Excellency. Excellency, whenever the Algerian colleague raised the issue in previous meetings, the Iranian delegation supported that one. And then that is also our position. And then, Excellency, I agree with the Algerian colleague. Look at all the text. So I have a question. How many inputs are the colleague from Algeria mentioned? So a few, but you know that's completely denied by some specific countries. And then, is it a democracy? I don't think so. Is it a human right? I don't think so. So we have to respect to each other. So we are different. We have different regions, different cultures. And then why, whenever a country raising an issue that is important for them, then the others coming and then pushing them in the previous meeting? We are not, the Algeria and Iran was not in the drafting committee. So the many inputs are there. We send a lot of inputs. Unfortunately, they ignored. And then whenever we raised here, and then the colleague mentioned that you have to raise the issue in previous meeting. Whenever we raised in the previous meeting, and again, coming in this meeting, and they mentioned, no, the text is the balance fund. Then my question is that why we are here? We are here just adopt the paragraph that some specific countries are happy with them. Chair, I have this question. Those few countries that spoke, is there any single words in the text that they are against of that one? I don't think so, because this text belongs to them. And then we want that the text belong to us also. The percentage of happiness, unfortunately, among several countries are 99%. But among some countries, and maybe the Algeria and Cuba and Venezuela and others, unfortunately, is maybe 1%. So we need to, and whenever we raise an issue, the chair, rightly asking for our flexibility. But yeah, we are flexible. Then I ask this question: did the other delegates show any flexibility in the room? No. We wanted to be flexible. Yes, we are flexible, but there are some issues that we cannot flexible. And this specific paragraph that Algeria mentioned, and as well as Russia is also asking for the deletion of that one, we cannot unfortunately be flexible. And then we ask just for deletion of the word precedence, because it is a contradiction. So we cannot accept the contradiction in the text. And then instead of the universality, it can be with the international recognized human rights. That's an issue. And then we can go with the proposal of the Algeria as well. Thank you.
Again, dear representative of Iran, let me repeat it again. As long as I'm chairing, let's make sure everything said properly and accurately. Again, I assured you, you had the chance to present all the amendment. And there is, let me remind you, dear colleague from Iran, there was an amendment submitted by Iran, it was approved. And it's reflected in the text. And there was a lot of amendments from different states, they were not accepted. So each member state, some of their amendments accepted, some of them did not accept it. That's, part of coming to a middle ground. It doesn't mean they are, pushing aside. It doesn't mean they are less important as a member state. Again, if a member state, numberly, had 60, 70 amendments, in the case of Iran, and some of them are accepted or not, does not mean their point of view did not will taking. My question to Iran and to each member state, please, did you ever submitted any draft amendments and me as a chair, as a secretariat, did not give you the chance to represent it and to have a lengthy discussion and to come up with the final decision? If that did not happen, you can say we were not giving a fair. But I assure you, that everyone had the time to represent their amendment, even though it was repeated over and over again and had no issue. So saying that, let's be clear. Our transparency, our quality was throughout throughout this consultation. As a chair, I never, ever let myself or the team to be in any side. I represent you and reflect on your decision. If an amendment did not show any support, that doesn't mean, they are suppressed. It's just the floor did not support them. And everyone had a chance. So saying that, I'll continue the floor with France, followed by Belgium, then Russia. France.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. We would like to reiterate our full support both for your method and for the position that you have adopted. We are certain that there are a number of paragraphs that do not correspond to your personal views, but you are taking into consideration the views of everyone, and we would like to thank you for that, Mr. Chairperson. Mr. Chairperson, I would like to raise two issues to strengthen our support for the text as it was agreed at the intersessional consultations. First, I live in and represent a country that follows the rule of law, and it is the case for everyone within the UN system. The rule of law, Mr. Chairperson, gives precedence to law. This is obvious, and I apologize for repeating it, but in the UN system, precedence is to human rights. And if I fully understood what was said by our distinguished colleagues from the Islamic Republic of Iran, the human rights are not incompatible with religious freedom. On the contrary, they strengthen that freedom. Religious freedom in our country is total. It's fully guaranteed by the state and the law, and the state has no religion itself. And we absolutely want to keep this reference not only to the rule of law, but to the precedence of human rights in our collective system of thought that we all believe in. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, France. I'll give the floor to Belgium. Belgium, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, have you given me the floor?
Absolutely. Belgium, Andy, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. It was not audible. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations once again on your excellent steering of this meeting. Unfortunately, I regret, that this debate is going in a somewhat adversarial direction. These negotiations are not about groups of countries against each other. During the intersessional negotiations, as well as now, it is clear how the room is feeling about this text and about this amendment. And that is also the way that we should go. I can assure delegations who question this that, in fact, Belgium is not happy with part of what is in the text. But we believe that the text as is right now is probably, let's say, the most perfect imperfection that we can achieve. So as to the substance, we would fully agree with what the French colleague and some other colleagues have stated before. To us, it is very important to keep this and, not to put into question all the work that we have done before. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Russia. Russia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, there's probably no point in repeating that we also highly commend the work that has been done, and we feel that we're close to overcoming the remaining difficulties. However, what we're talking about is the approach adopted on these complex matters. We agree that a consensus-based document is something that will satisfy some and not satisfy others. There are some delegations that simply cannot adopt certain provisions because they are prevented from doing so by their national legislations. There are countries who are in that situation. So what we should be doing is helping those countries to bring the positions close together and to come up with wordings that would be acceptable to everyone. And I'm convinced that we should be able to achieve this result. For the time being, we have to say that the discussions on resolving these specific difficulties in terms of looking at these points, difficult matters very specifically, and there aren't that many of them, we cannot agree with a situation where the only way of moving forward on a text is done in a unilateral manner, with some countries asking for certain provisions to be removed. The concessions that are being made by some countries are not meeting any reciprocal concessions, and this is where we see there being problems. So we maintain our position on paragraph 65. And the Russian delegation, during the intersessional consultations and after them, has been working on this and cooperating. We undertake to submit to the Secretariat in a formal manner our view on those provisions which we feel are not yet ready for adoption. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Rasha. I just also remind our colleagues, this text is it's a recommendation. It's non-binding. So each member state, they have the right to utilize it or not. One second thing, going back to the point where they say, I have to reflect consensus to reflect what's in the room. And in the room, if there is no support of it, I have to reflect in there where the room is going, and the room is to keep the original text. So saying that, I understand Russia's point of view. I see no support for it. So to me, the thing that I can do is reflect Russia's point of view in the report. And if that's okay with Russia, for us to move forward, I can reflect your point of view on the report to move forward. Is that okay with the dear representative of Russia?
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your intervention and your comments. As the end of the intercession showed, the Russian point of view has not led to any changes in the text and does not enable us to agree to this. So at present, we're at the beginning of our formal consultations. We would like to set out our concern, because sooner or later we will have to settle the matter. Otherwise, we will find ourselves with no other choice but to inform our upper echelons that at present, as far as we're concerned, we cannot overcome the difficulties. And this, of course, is a situation we must avoid at all costs. We must find a way, without violating or going against the point of view of other delegations, to somehow bring the ensure convergence of the positions in order to have a consensus approach. And since we cannot draft, we will be going back over and over again to these problems. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Again, I put your amendment on the screen. This is the only way moving forward to re-put your amendment on the screen, and I didn't see a support for it. So again, to reflect that, I need to move forward as a chair, reflect on the room, and the room is keeping the original text. So with that, I say paragraph 65 is approved as the original. Original, please, without striking. Yes, please. And before I move to the next paragraph 66, let me go back to my dear colleagues of Iran before I open. Dear colleague for Iran, just for the record, Iran presented an amendment in paragraph 9 that approved after the lengthy discussion. Paragraph 9, 26, 27, 38, 59. All those paragraphs, Iran had an amendment, and after lengthy discussion, and people compromised, and we accepted Iran's paragraph. So with that, okay, I see Iran. Iran, you want to take the floor? Go ahead, Iran.
And then, Excellency, thank you for the floor. Excellency, I take the floor to appreciate your job as a chairman. The question that I posed for the meeting, the reason was that in somehow the Russian colleague mentioned, we need to show our flexibility. We need to show our friendship. We need to show our cooperation. Till now, we didn't see our cooperation in the room. I mean that from the other side. Whenever we are showing our flexible, but we didn't. We had the several inputs that unfortunately till now many of them ignored by some member states. That it doesn't have anything with the chair. And but one of the issues that we had critically was important for us, that's the word precedence. That again, some specific countries was against of that one. And Excellency, I wanted to put a record that we had the problem with the word precedence, and I wanted to be reflected in the record that we raised our consideration regarding this specific paragraph and word. Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you. It will be reflected. It will be reflected on the report. Two things in paragraph 65, the Russian point of view and Iran, please. Thank you all. With that, I'll move to the next paragraph, 66. Paragraph 66.
Yes. Member states should put in place mechanisms to require AI actors to disclose and combat any kind of stereotyping in the outcomes of AI systems and data, whether by design or by negligence, and to ensure that training data sets for AI systems do not foster cultural, economic, or social inequalities, prejudice, the spreading of disinformation or misinformation, and disruption of freedom of expression and access to information. Particular attention should be given to regions where the data are scarce.
Thank you. So in paragraph 66, I have amendment. Before the screen you've seen in front, we had amendment from Korea, UK, two from the UK, Canada, and Russia. And this text is, again, after lengthy discussion, and we reach consensus in the text in front of us. Does anyone oppose the text in front of us? Does there anyone oppose it? I see none opposing paragraph 66 as shown on the screen. So paragraph 66 is approved. Next paragraph, please.
Paragraph 67. Member states should implement policies to promote and increase diversity and inclusiveness that reflect their populations in AI development teams and training data sets, and to ensure equal access to AI technologies and their benefits, particularly for marginalized groups, both from rural and urban zones.
Thank you. So paragraph 67, before what you see on the screen, we had 4 amendments in that paragraph. And this is after the discussion where we reach. Is anyone would like to object this one so I can reflect it on the screen for paragraph 67? I see no objection in paragraph 67. So paragraph 67 approved. Paragraph 68.
Member states should develop, review, and adapt as appropriate regulatory frameworks to achieve accountability and responsibility for the content and outcomes of AI systems at the different phases of their life cycle. Member States should, where necessary, introduce liability frameworks or clarify the interpretation of existing frameworks to ensure the attribution of accountability for the outcomes and the functioning of AI systems. Furthermore, when developing regulatory frameworks, Member States should, in particular, take into account that ultimate responsibility and accountability must always lie with natural or legal persons, and that AI systems should not be given legal personality themselves. To ensure this, such regulatory frameworks should be consistent with the principle of human oversight and establish a comprehensive approach focused on AI actors and the technological processes involved across the different stages of AI systems lifecycle.
Thank you. Again, this is one example of the paragraphs where we have very wide, diverse amendment. And this paragraph in front of you, it has 3, 6, 8, 9. This paragraph only had 10 amendments from 6 different countries. And you know what we reached after lengthy discussions, and nothing was forced in the other one. This was after lengthy discussion, we reached this paragraph, consensus paragraph. So again, you know, about 10 amendments in this paragraph 68. And we took all the time, and I made sure all member states representing each amendment before we reach this consensus text in front of us. So saying that, is there any objection in paragraph 68 as is shown on the screen? I see none. Thank you all for your flexibility. So it's approved. 69, please.
Paragraph 69. In order to establish norms where these do not exist, or to adapt existing legal frameworks, member states should involve all AI actors, including but not limited to researchers, representatives of civil society and law enforcement, insurers, investors, manufacturers, engineers, lawyers, and users. The norms can mature into best practices, laws, and regulations. Member states are further encouraged to use mechanisms such as policy prototypes and regulatory sandboxes to accelerate the development of laws, regulations, and policies, including regular reviews thereof, in line with the rapid development of new technologies, and ensure that laws and regulations can be tested in a safe environment before being officially adopted. Member states should support local governments in the development of local policies, regulations, and laws in line with national and international legal frameworks.
Thank you. So paragraph 69, we had 3 amendments submitted, and I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Russia. Russia, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our proposal to delete the list of actors in AI, which is not exhaustive. If that is to be considered as a compromise position, then we would simply draw your attention to the fact that this list, which includes law enforcement and taking into account the law-making powers of the state, is part of the state structure. And in that case, if we were to specify that, then the list would be clearer, we believe. Thank you.
Dear President of Russia, I'll give you the floor, but first let me reflect, your amendment on the screen so everyone can follow. Please, could you reflect the amendment was submitted by Russia on the screen? Okay. So this is the amendment submitted by dear President of Russia, correct? So now, what's your... Okay, you have the floor, Russia, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Well, our understanding of the mood of the room is to keep this list, but we draw attention to the fact that law enforcement is part of the state structure by definition. This is our understanding, and in this case, either we list all aspects of the state structure which have to get involved in law enforcement, or we take the view that law enforcement is part of the concept of member states. And in that case, if that's the case, then we could agree to not deleting the list. Thank you.
Chair, I'll give the floor to Germany. Please, Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank our Russian colleague for reminding us of the structure of this list. We did indeed initially, when we debated it for the first time, have some sympathy for deleting the list, but however, our overall opinion is to keep this list, including law enforcement. Our intention behind it is first, not to have a full and entirely comprehensive listing, as it says, including but not limited to, but to outline those actors who are of specific importance in this context. And one part of actors, potential AI actors, not civil society actors as it says, but all actors, are law enforcement, for the simple reason that they eventually will need to apply the law, and that they might have, from a practitioner's perspective, very different insights than other parts of government might have. Law enforcement is an essential part of AI actors that need to be included in order to have, for example, an effective response to cybercrime. And that is why we in the center, in this context, feel that AI actors, since it does not say civil society AI actors, but AI actors as such, is a listing that should include law enforcement indeed, and that does make a good choice of indeed those AI actors who do play a specifically important role. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone would like to take the floor? So Russia, after the explaining of Germany. Okay.
Sir, thank you, sir. Just to reflect,
Just to respond to the comment made by the distinguished colleague from Germany, we simply want to make this an appealing text. Our view, the fighting against cyber crime, it's not just based on law enforcement. You also have the prosecution, other bodies which deal with the funding of cyber crime. We're not simply talking all the time about law enforcement. So that means we would have to include in the list a huge number of actors, whereas if we use member states, then that basically would include all the components or the bodies involved. So we feel that this list is focusing on non-state actors, whereas law enforcement is referring to the state. So that's the whole point of our intervention. But if this really is a stumbling block, then we'll be prepared to go along with the list as it stands. Thank you, Chairman.
Representative of Russia, I'll give the floor to Austria, followed by Belgium. Austria, have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to support the intervention put forward by Germany. We've had, again, ample discussions on this. In the end, there was this broad agreement that the experts looked at this extensively. There have been broad consultation. The fruit of all this long discussion was the text. We all understand it might not always be perfect, but for the sake of the approach and for the sake sort of getting the text, or keeping the text as strong as possible, we all agreed in the intersessionals that we should keep it. And I think we should keep with that approach. Thank you very much. So just to be clear, we cannot support the Russian amendments and would prefer the text as it stands now on the screen and as agreed in the intercessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Austria. I'll give the floor to Belgium, followed by Iran. Belgium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had already put my hand down because the distinguished ambassador of Austria has basically said what I wanted to say. I just want to repeat what also the colleague of Germany has already said. It's a list including but not limited. Of course, we could add certain actors. We could delete certain actors, but this was the list that we agreed on because it represents probably the most relevant, most pertinent, most common actors. So we believe there's no point in putting that in question again. So we also cannot agree with the Russian amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear distinguished representative of Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
And thank you, Excellency, for the floor. I take the floor. I did listen to the colleague and especially the Russian colleague, and then the logic that he expressed for deletion of the wording in the text. And then we support the logic that the Russian colleague mentioned, and also we ask for deletion of the part that the Russia is also asked for deletion of that specific part, as there are many other issues that can be added to the list. So the good way is that with deletion of that specific part that the Russian colleague asked. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the distinguished representative of Russia has made a strong point in terms of law enforcement, which is not unique, especially here in this context. The AI actors, it does say it, including but not limited to. I agree with the distinguished representative of Germany. So law enforcement is too restrictive here. Maybe deleting the whole list and keeping all AI actors, or possibly changing it slightly to making it like all relevant institutions or member state institutions, something like this. But law enforcement does seem to be quite restrictive here. And another issue, if you allow me, there might need to be some slight reordering of the list if the list is kept, going from researchers, then engineers, then manufacturers. So from the centrality of the development of AI towards the circles, the wider circles. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Algeria. I'll give the floor France, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. As you can imagine, our intervention will once again be on the consensus that we have achieved, and we place great importance on the consensus. The discussions were productive, and we would like the wording to remain as it stands. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So I see from the chat that Saudi Arabia support the original text, Australia accept the text after the intersessional consultation, Slovakia, Morocco, Lebanon, they want to keep the text, Andorra also. So, and Kuwait, they want to keep the text. So still we have Tunisia also support the original text. Argentina, Costa Rica, Malaysia. Before I continue, I'll give the floor to Brazil. And again, I want to try to reach middle ground, consensus, you know. Okay, Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Well, in principle, as I've been saying during this meeting, we would prefer to, in general, stick to the version that was agreed upon during these negotiations, because I think we had lengthy discussions and we reached a balance that should be valorized. At the same time, I understand that the concerns that were raised by Russia, and I think in this case, it would be possible to live without this listing. I don't think, from my perspective, this is not absolutely essential it is not absolutely essential to keep like this, because we have already the definition of all AI actors previously in the text. So I would, and considering that some other delegations too, like Algeria, for example, have supported this amendment proposed by Russia, I would propose that we removed it. We could live with that, and then I think probably this is not something that would change so much the agreement, the consensus that we had reached before, and I think it would not damage the text. So I think it is acceptable. So for the sake of consensus, I would propose that we remove this part. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Okay, so listening from the several speakers before, I see, there is tendency to remove it and it's not harming. So just in the sense of consensus and to move forward, can we live without this, striking this and move forward? Germany, please, Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would like to thank our Brazilian colleague for her intervention. Germany is quite attached to the compromise we have established. Obviously, because as opposed to what some member states have said in the debate, Germany does not ignore positions of other member states. It sometimes opposes them, but not for the matter of opposing them, but for the reason of substance. We are not firmly attached to including law enforcement. We think it is useful to include law enforcement at this point. However, we are not. This is not for us a matter of let's say, live or die. This is not what is the most essential part of this recommendation for us. So we could potentially live with a deletion of law enforcement. We would find it more difficult if we start, beautifying the text by, for example, reordering, as our Algerian colleague suggested. We are far from going for a perfect outcome. We're going for a good outcome. And I feel that the enumeration as it is a good one. As the colleague from Brazil already said, of AI and a complete definition, we to waste energy on such details. So no strong feelings about deleting law enforcement. However, very little willingness on our side to start opening way too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we please remove law enforcement and keep the rest? Can you flick that on the screen with the same order? Just the law enforcement. Yes, yes.
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yes. Okay, my dear representative of Russia, is Russia flexible with this removal of the law enforcement? Dear representative,
we wish to thank the colleagues who are prepared to remove their objection, but however strange this may seem, this is not the main point for our delegation. We can actually live with the list. However strange that may seem, but thank you very much, Chairman.
So, okay. So, as I heard from my dear colleague of Russia, it's okay to keep the text as is. So please, I want to make sure, keep the text as is. Okay. Let me go one more time. Dear representative of Russia, is this satisfy or removing the law enforcement? Just.
Mr. Chairman. as we said, we can agree with the wording as it stands. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay. I'll put the paragraph 69 as seen in the screen. Is there any objective? Does anyone object the screen in front of us? I see none. So paragraph 69 is approved. We can go to paragraph 70.
Paragraph 70 reads, Member States should set clear requirements for AI system transparency and explainability so as to help ensure the trustworthiness of the full AI system lifecycle. Such requirements should involve the design and implementation of impact mechanisms that take into consideration the nature of application domain, intended use, target audience, and feasibility of each particular AI system.
Thank you. So paragraph 70, we had no amendment submitted from any member state. So it will be, since there is no amendment from any member state, it's approved as shown. There's no objection. Approved. So we'll go to policy area 3, data policy, please.
So, paragraph 71, member states should work to develop data governance strategies that ensure the continual evaluation of the quality of training data for AI systems, including the adequacy of the data collection and selection processes, proper security and data protection measures, as well as feedback mechanisms to learn from mistakes and share best practices among all AI actors.
Thank you. In paragraph 71, we had 2 amendments. And I give the floor to the dear representative of Iran. Iran, you have the floor.
Thanks again for the floor. And in this very paragraph 71, we propose that after the data protection and the data security also be added. Thank you.
Thank you. So Iran has an amendment, and we discussed it in the intersessional consultation. After proper security and data protection, after data protection, Iran has an amendment and data security measures. So after the word protection, Iran had and data security. So I'll give the floor to Iran to explain again their point of view, why would they want to add it. Iran?
Yes, Excellency. Whenever we refer to data security, we mean that supporting the measures that reflect the security at the national level. So the reason is that data security is very important for the member states. And for this reason, we propose that the data security also be added. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I'll give the floor to Argentina, followed by Algeria. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to say, with regards to the amendment proposed by Iran, that we think that this is not the appropriate instrument to refer to a situation of data security. I think we are addressing issues more related to individuals So we cannot, unfortunately, go with the proposal made by the distinguished delegation of Iran. Thank you.
Thank you, Argentina. Again, you know, to me, before I give the floor to Algeria, that was the beauty of the intersessional consultation, to be honest, where we have intensive discussion and just to reflect, you know, the reasoning at that time that we did not, or the room did not. I'm reflecting to the discussion and the intersessional consultation. So we don't have to repeat it, I think, again. At that time, and when we opened this at paragraph 71 and data security, the discussion was in paragraph 74. Again, in paragraph 74. The issue of data security already addressed in paragraph 74, which is stated, again, I'm reading paragraph 74. Quote, member states should establish their data policies or equivalent framework or reinforcing existing ones to ensure full security for personal data and sensitive data. So that was the rationale, if, when we discussed it here, and why we said, it's enough in paragraph 74. Saying that, I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Algeria, followed by France. Algeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in addition to what you have just said, and thank you for the additions, for the clarifications. I think that the distinguished representative of Iran should be happy with the original text because it does cover data security. And in fact, it says the adequacy of the data collection and selection processes. So it's all about data, proper security, that is the data proper security, and data protection measures. So I think that there would be some redundancy by adding data security here. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Representative Algeria Ahmed. True. Thank you. Well said. I finally give the floor to, please, Representative France. France, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Apologies for taking the floor again. This is an important issue in our discussion, and it was covered, as you well remember, during our intersessional consultations. Now, we are talking about the rights of individuals vis-à-vis the state and artificial intelligence, and the right to privacy and protection of data. Data security is a different issue, as you rightly said, Mr. Chairperson, is treated in paragraph 74. And the consensus we have achieved on this paragraph should enable us to move forward, and therefore we would request that it be kept as is. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Dear Representative of Russia, you have the floor.
Господин председатель, правильно мы понимаем, что нам дали слово, плохая связь была?
Mr. Chairperson, have you given us the floor? I'm afraid the connection is not very good. We did not hear you. You did give us the floor, did you not? Thank you, Chair. To try to perhaps solve the issue, perhaps we can move the words around. I mean, data security. We would then have data security and protection measures. So if we are talking about something different, if we're talking about another type of security than data security, then that would need to be clarified. And I think that that would be, in fact, useful for all those member states that were not present during the consultations and were only able to join this formal meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So we have suggestion is data security and protection. But wait, let me see the Iran. Is Iran that covers your...
Yes, Excellency, we can go with the proposal that the Russian delegation mentioned.
Okay. I'll give the floor. I'll give the floor to France. France.
Thank you, Chairperson. And apologies for requesting the floor again, but thank you for giving it. We would like to reiterate that we would like to keep the text that we achieved by consensus. This avoids any confusion in terms of definitions, and we could perhaps request that our excellent colleague of Egypt, a great expert who participated in the previous discussions, what is her point of view? But I quite suspect that she would prefer to keep the consensus text. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can we reflect what's exactly Russia in the chat box there? Yes. I think I'll give the floor, but our colleagues from Algeria explained it, well, I think, representative of Algeria, would you like to take the floor again?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was saying that it was covered, the data security was covered in the sequence of phrases, noun phrases, but with the Russian, distinguished Russian representative, I think it's just as fine. Now it is just more precise, so that's fine.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any objection, or before that, is there any of the experts with us? Sally, or any of the experts with us would like to take the floor? Okay. Sally, please, you have the floor. Sally.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. From a technical point of view, I think it's fine to include it. It's also kind of understood from the context. So I think from an expert point of view, I'm okay either way. I don't think it harms. I don't think it adds much. So it's up to the room. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, just to reach compromise and consensus, could we approve the text in front of us? Okay, I see no objection. I thank the flexibility of all member states, Iran and Russia, everyone. So with that, paragraph 71 is approved as shown on the screen. Paragraph 72.
Member States should put in place appropriate safeguards to protect the right to privacy in accordance with international law, including addressing concerns such as surveillance. Member States should, among others, adopt or enforce legislative frameworks that provide appropriate protection compliant with international law. Member States should strongly encourage all AI actors, including business enterprises, to follow existing international standards, and in particular, to carry out adequate privacy and impact assessments as part of the ethical impact assessments, which takes into account the wider socio-economic impact of the intended data processing, and to apply privacy by design in their systems. Privacy should be respected, protected, and promoted throughout the life cycle of AI systems.
Thank you. So in paragraph 72, we had 9 amendments. 9 amendments from 5 different countries. 5 different countries. And this is the text in front of us after really lengthy discussion from all member states who represented their amendments, and we reached consensus on this paragraph, on the text in front of you. So can I approve the text in front of you, please? Okay, thank you. Paragraph 72, approved. Can we go to paragraph 73, please?
Paragraph 73, member states should ensure that individuals retain rights over their personal data and are protected by a framework which notably foresees transparency, appropriate safeguards for the processing of sensitive data, appropriate level of data protection, effective and meaningful accountability schemes and mechanisms, the full enjoyment of the data subjects' rights, and the ability to access and erase their personal data in AI systems, except for certain circumstances in compliance with international law, an appropriate level of protection in full compliance with data protection legislation where data are being used for commercial purposes, such as enabling micro-targeted advertising, transferred cross-border, and an effective independent oversight as part of a data governance mechanism which keeps individuals in control of their personal data and fosters the benefits of a free flow of information internationally, including access to data.
Thank you. So, paragraph 73, we had from 6 different member states, 8 amendments. So we had 8 amendments from 6 different member states, and the screen, the text in front of you after the discussion and after the consensus. So with that, is there any objection, paragraph 73? I see none. So paragraph 73 approved. 74, please.
Member states should establish their data policy or equivalent frameworks or reinforce existing ones to ensure full security for personal data and sensitive data which is disclosed, may cause exceptional damage, injury, or hardship to individuals. Examples include data relating to offenses, criminal proceedings and convictions, and related security measures, biometric, genetic, and health data, personal data such as that relating to race, color, descent, gender, age, language, religion, political opinion, national origin, ethnic origin, social origin, economic or social condition of birth or disability, and any other characteristics.
Thank you. So in paragraph 74, from 5 different member states, we had several discussion, and here we had the agreed language, where we discussed it for a lengthy time, and we inserted the agreed language, and it was okay with everyone who participated on the working group. So with that, I see Iran would like to take the floor. Iran, please, you have the floor.
And Excellency, thank you very much for the floor again. And Excellency, yes, we had a language that our delegation also raised its consideration. And then we have a problem with that one, but that's not the issue that I wanted to raise it. And then the point that I wanted to raise here is that the language that we accepted and reflected in the 28 and a little bit is different. And then I would like to use the same languages. Here, the one that we have it here, it's in any other grounds. And then the point that we have it here is any other characteristics. So, so nationally, we don't support that one. But anyway, my point is that using the same languages that accepted and in the 28. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Mr. Iran. Again, just so I can refresh my memory, we started with the same language on the previous one, but then with the discussion, just to keep it within the context of this paragraph 74, it has a specific meaning. Again, this is what I'm trying to reflect from my memory. That's what we changed, after lengthy discussion. At that time, the dear President of Iran mentioned it to have the same language, and we put it. But then with a further discussion, just to have it in the context, that's what's my memory. But I'll leave it to the floor for member state to elaborate on that. I'll give the floor to here. I see Germany. Germany, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to our Iranian colleague on reminding us where this list comes from. And I can maybe support you in refreshing our memory. It was indeed the start, was the listing from 28. However, data don't relate to grounds, because grounds, that term was related to the mechanism of discrimination that 28 deals with. Data relate to characteristics. And I remember it because I suggested the term characteristics. We were looking for a word that would reflect it better than grounds, so we chose to agree on characteristics. It is not a deviation from the enumeration or from the list we agreed in 28. It is just making the list, the concept of the list coherent and the reference of the list coherent with the subject we're talking about in 74. So that is why we do support the wording as it stands and has been agreed upon as a consensus text during the intersessionals. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, just to echo what Germany just said, I think in terms of content, this list is exactly the same. The only difference is the end of the phrase, and it's just to make sense in this specific phrase. So I think for the concerns of the Iranian delegation, I think it doesn't really change the content. So I think we would prefer to stay with the text as it was agreed during the consultations. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think that's, again, elaborate the reason we changed it, and we had the same discussion. So with that, I can move forward with approving 74 as shown on the screen. I see no objection. So paragraph 74 is approved. 75, please.
Member states should promote open data. In this regard, member states should consider reviewing their policies and regulatory frameworks, including on access to information and open government, to reflect AI-specific requirements and promoting mechanisms, such as open repositories for publicly funded or publicly held data and source code and data trusts to support the safe, fair, legal, and ethical sharing of data, among others.
Thank you. So paragraph 75, we had 4 amendments before we had the text in front of us. So is there any objection to paragraph 75? So I can, okay. I have the representative of Russia. Russia, you have the floor, please. Russia.
Thank you very much, Chair. We nevertheless feel that progress on open data has to be correlated with national legislation. So our amendment is in line with domestic legislation. Member states should promote open data in line with domestic legislation. Further, we would be grateful if in the list of features we should have the adjective responsible. Safe, responsible. So responsible is not the key point for us here. We're prepared to have it at any particular point in the list. Thank you.
Could we reflect the amendments that was originally submitted by Russia in line with their domestic legislation? After member states should promote open data, Russia, they have an amendment in line with their domestic legislation. Then they had also at the end of the paragraph where it says code and data trust, comma, to support they have responsible. Yes, okay. So these are the amendments that submitted by Russia, and it was discussed as, you know, the domestic legislation. It was discussed also in paragraph 73. And, the member state said, it was not accepted. But yet, now, I'm going to open the floor for those two additions before I give the floor to Iran. Iran, you have the floor. Iran.
And thank you, Mr. President. We also support the proposal of the Russia and believe that it has an added value because in line with the domestic legislation is essentially important for my delegation. And Excellency, I take the floor also that mentioning that we also propose that adding as appropriate in the
Dear
text.
Representative Iran, like when we are doing like consisting as before, I'd like to finish amendment by amendment, please, so we don't get confused the floor. Let me finish with
I raise
Russia.
my amendments later. We support Russia.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to Finland, followed by Germany. Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I think the point about domestic legislation was proposed. This amendment was proposed by Russian Federation in a number of places, and I think the intersessional and also the first part of our intergovernmental negotiation discussed this issue, and it was then, I think, agreed that it is unnecessary to have these references to domestic legislation because that is a given. There's absolutely no way that UNESCO can tell anyone to act against domestic legislation. This is especially not in a recommendation text. So that was the reason why we have then agreed on the points when this appears to not have this, so that we don't make the text even more cumbersome as it has to be by necessity, as we are dealing with a very technical and complex issue of artificial intelligence and ethics. So in this sense, again, it is not needed here in this point either. We should not add that text, and rather we should go with the original text. Moreover, I would just point out that we are discussing open data in this paragraph, and this is a point where we have a good kind of synchrony with the other recommendation of UNESCO that we are preparing currently, and that was accepted. The text was accepted in intergovernmental sessions just a while ago on promoting open data, and there as well, it was very clear that the principle is that UNESCO is in favor of expanding and extending the use of open data, and in that recommendation is also asking member states to do a lot of things to promote the idea and the use of open data. And again, even there, we don't need any caveats that it needs to be in line of the domestic legislation, because even in that recommendation, it is a given. When it comes to responsible, I would rather have the original listing in that as well. However, it's not as I don't feel as strongly about that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Before I give the floor to the next speakers, I'm okay, because also Iran requested to have their amendment are reflected on the screen. Then I'll sense the floor if they want to keep the original text after what we discussed on the intersessional consultation. Can you please, before I give the floor, so you can comment on both the Russian amendment and Iran amendment. So, okay, okay. So please, anyone would like to take the floor, quickly to shed on those two, the amendments from the two countries, Russia and Iran, as we had discussed in the intersession consultation. Germany, please, followed by Brazil. Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I can echo the comments made by my colleague from Russia very clearly. Not from Russia, I'm sorry, from Finland. I'm starting to, it is late and I'm starting to mix up countries, which is not a good sign. To be quite clear, we have strong feelings about the reference to the domestic legislation, because simply. This is an international recommendation. We are acting as a community of member states to be in line with what is usually a concern of a number of member states, that we should not impose, neither infringe upon member states a way of decision making. It is plain and obvious and just a normal mechanism that member states act within their law and that they also act within their needs, priorities, and national policies. This is not something that the community of member states of UNESCO should tell anyone. It is in fact a message that does not belong here and that is quite negative, has a detrimental effect on what this recommendation is in fact intending to do. That is encouraging everyone, obviously within their respective situation, to engage, to promote open data. And this is why we feel quite strongly that the amendments weaken the text to a degree that is inappropriate and that is not useful, which is why we are quite firmly opposed to the first Russian amendment and the Iranian amendment. On responsible, we feel it is just basically not useful. We don't have very strong feelings, however, then it is responsible to whom? And in what type of responsibility? Is it a legal, is it a personal, is it a moral responsibility? What does responsible add to safe, fair, legal, and ethical? We believe it does not add anything, and that's why we do not feel comfortable with including it. And would rather have the text as we agreed. It was indeed a complicated balance that was stricken, but it was a necessary one, and it is very much in the spirit of having a strong and clear recommendation that we need to not take up these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I'll give the floor to Brazil, followed by Mexico.
Thank you, Chair. We also would prefer to stay with the text that we had agreed during the consultations. And actually, I would like to raise a procedural question here because, of course, I don't see how we are going to advance if we are going to represent all the amendments that we have already presented in the previous sessions. I don't understand exactly what is the rationality behind some delegations' actions here, because these proposals were discussed, they don't have support, and they are being represented here. So we are just repeating the same arguments that we have already repeated for 3 weeks. I don't see the point for that. So of course, we were in informal consultations. Of course, this is the forum where we should take decisions. But I do think, and I would really kindly request all the delegations to act in a responsible way, I would say, to act recognizing the work of the consultations that we had during the last 3 weeks. It was a lot of work. So I don't see the point to present amendments that were already abandoned, that didn't have support, and that, more than that, they don't really bring added value. As we said at that time, and I think it was agreed among all the members that were participating in those meetings, including the Russian delegation, for example, member states, they are always acting according to their domestic legislation. This is absolutely obvious. So I really don't see the point of presenting this kind of amendment at this point of the discussion. So really, I just wanted to kindly request all the delegations to be reasonable and to act according to what was agreed before, and to build on what was agreed already. This is a constructive action. Otherwise, we're going to just repeat 3 weeks of discussions, and we have only 1 week. So I don't really see the point here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, again, before I give the floor to Mexico, we increased the intersessional consultation days just to ensure we have the detailed discussions. That's the only reason, we added 5 days, then another 3 days, increased the hours. It was to make sure, again, it was my decision to make sure that the discussion with each member state went to very details, very, very details. And to be honest, I had a moral responsibility and obligation for those member states where they have the time difference, especially the people in Latin America and East Asia, where we have the time difference, staying either early in the morning or late in the night, to ensure we have a healthy, detailed discussion. And let me remind myself and remind everyone, each amendment was presented, it was defended by the member state. I understand if they did not present their case, they were not present, but they were present. And I see, like I said, I see the argument repeated again, and I see the outcome is again. So please, member states who are reopening their amendment, considered, the effort that was done, and you were, yourself, you were there in the intersessional consultation. It's our moral obligation. I know it's informal, but the intense of discussion and the number of people who participated, I believe the last 3 weeks, the discussion was more intense than the April discussion. I truly believe the intersessional consultation, the amount of detailed discussion was way more than April when we had the formal. That's my point of view. Again, me as just a chair, I'd like to reflect what happened. I'll give the floor to Mexico, Singapore, France. Mexico, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and thank you very much for your leadership in our discussions and for being attentive to time differences, as in the case of Latin America. Now, we are here before a non-binding document. It is a recommendation, and I think it is obvious that the legislation, the laws of each country should be followed. Also, Mr. Chairperson, I think that we are opening to discussion the wording of paragraphs that were extensively discussed in our intersessional consultations, and I think that we should stick as much as possible to what was done at the time to search for a balanced text where we took into consideration the various points of view. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mexico. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Singapore, France. Singapore, you have the floor.
Merci. Je reviendrai.
Oh,
yeah,
Singapore.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought that I will not repeat sentiments that have been better and more eloquently expressed by colleagues from other countries. I just want to make 2 points. I think over the course of the last 3 weeks, we had established a certain understanding that we do not want to weaken the document, and that the other principle was that the document should be read on the basis that domestic laws will always apply to supersede whatever is recommended in these non-binding documents. Because of this understanding, a number of countries, ourselves included, had, in order to seek consensus, voluntarily withdrew some of our proposed amendments. I think that in the spirit of ensuring that there is fairness to all of us who have behaved in this way, we should not be reintroducing amendments that have been previously withdrawn or that had not gained support on the basis of either weakening the text or on the understanding that domestic law will always apply. So I thought it's a reminder that we should keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Singapore, and I really also appreciate, the Singapore understanding throughout the, first 3 weeks, where they had, point of view, and they saw the consensus and they're agreeable, and they start withdrawing their amendment just to move along. At the same time, we have the same thing with our colleagues from the UK along these lines, and several member states, where they saw, there is certain guideline that we all understand. We are all agreeable, not tweaking the text, not introducing the domestics laws, and also not to repeat things that's already been discussed and not approved. So with that, I'll give the floor to France, followed by Belgium. France, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, further to what has been said by many other delegations before me, we wish to emphasize that the work we are conducting, Mr. Chairman, and further to the 40th decision of the GC with the attendant mandate, UNESCO should not be defining national legislation, and therefore this amendment should not appear in this paragraph. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, France fully respects the right of every country to ensure implementation of the rules and their right to reopen discussions on a consensus which we thought had been established. We fully respect that right, but in the meantime, since our informal discussions, we have not received any any instructions that are different from our capital, and therefore our position will remain unchanged, Chair, in relation to our previous position. And as a group, I think we could save time and reach a consensus-based solution, and we would be most grateful to those delegations if they could withdraw amendments that have already been presented and that already led to a consensus. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Franz. Before I give the floor to Belgium, let me reflect what's in the chat, who are supporting the original text. After the discussion, when I say original text, is after the intersession consultation. So that's Austria, Morocco, Andorra, Argentina, UK, Australia, Sweden, Canada, Saudi Arabia, Switzerland, Hungary, Pakistan, Netherlands, and Sweden. Mexico, Egypt, Kuwait, Singapore, and with that, I'll give the floor to Andy. Belgium, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And may I first remark that I have more reasons to mix up Finland and Russia than my colleague from Germany does, since both countries are in our group in the European Championship football. And while Finland will be our opponent tonight, I will strongly agree with the Finnish colleague on his intervention today, as I will strongly agree with the German intervention as well, and even more importantly with the interventions by Brazil, Mexico, Singapore, France, and yourself on the general way forward. I think there is a very strong agreement in this room that we need to respect the work that has been done before. Moreover, on this specific point, I would also just like to stress that this sort of language has already been discussed, even in other parts of the text, in other paragraphs, and that it has not been kept in. So I would also please like to urge colleagues to, even though, of course, they have the right to open discussions, but to move forward as well. One technical intervention, Mr. Chair, I just want to point out that, and I don't know if it's only the case with me, but that your interventions, and especially the beginning of your interventions, are not always audible to us. So I don't know if something can be done about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Belgium. And my apologies if there is any technical, please. Let me be aware. I want to make sure everyone hear what I say. Saying that, I'll give the, okay, I see extra people, who support the original text: Egypt, Kuwait, Singapore, Congo, Costa Rica, Finland, and Tunisia. Italy. I'll give the floor to the dear President of Russia. Russia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are also looking forward to the football match our team is playing. We wish them every success, but may the best team win. We fully share the view voiced by a number of delegations, including Brazil and all those we supported through chat. But we have to go along with the method of work adopted at the beginning of our discussion. So if we understand correctly, what was said was that the opportunities for discussing the text would be based on those amendments which had been sent by the deadline of 20th of May. And this was the only this is the only part of the discussion which created some difficulties for us. We're prepared to work on the basis of the text. We're prepared to be more creative, but the rules these are rules that we accept. Now, if these rules are not satisfactory to the majority in the room, perhaps we can look at another approach. But contrary to other delegations, we feel that our own instructions have become much more constructive. Our delegation is demonstrating maximum flexibility, and if you can judge by basically there have been far more amendments that have been submitted than was requested. But what we do have is some difficulties with specific aspects. We're in your hands in order to find an elegant way out of this particular situation. Regarding this particular paragraph, the need to be based on national legislation. This could have been offset with a phrase, for example, saying to the extent possible. And the wording regarding exchange of data, in our view, this particular reference does not have any legal implication. All we're talking about here is a responsible attitude to these matters. And I don't think we can say that that being irresponsible would be a good way forward. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Again, after hearing this lengthy discussion, I would like to reflect what I've heard. I see the room tend to keep the original text. Okay, I see, before I go that, I see Iran. Iran, you have the, please, Iran.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving the floor. Concerning the open data, which is the main point of this paragraph, and some of the member states believe that since we're talking about an international, in fact, recommendation, I wonder that yesterday in 131, we had a subcategory, if you remember, it was about the publication of a comparative index. And that was opposed and deleted when we don't have it in the clean text, with this reason that these are some sort of national data and should not be evaluated or be seen in a sort of comparative study. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Iran. Again, I'm trying to reflect what's on the floor, and the floor is more toward, yes, I have Germany, please, Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry to come in for a second time, but there are 2 points that I wish to rectify, but that is, I wish to complete. We did not delete the question of listing of member states, as our Iranian delegate referenced, because these were national data that should not be compared. We didn't do it because we felt that listing of member states is not a useful way forward. That was the discussion when we spoke about evaluation. It was not about any specific national characteristic of any data. It was basically because this is not the way member states and international organizations usually work. We don't want UNESCO to draw up a list and judge member states abiding by this recommendation or not. That was the point on this. As for the reflections on responsible, not responsible, national law, etc. Frankly, we've had this debate ad nauseum, and I struggle to see any progress. What it says is responsible says nothing, as our Russian colleague in a way confirmed by saying, yes, it should be a responsible attitude. What's a responsible attitude? We have a well-defined set of criteria, and that is why Germany, again, strongly opposes the inclusion of all these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. I give the floor to Pakistan. Pakistan.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, we fully support the way you are conducting the session. That's the only way to complete this session in time. And Pakistan also requests that needless discussions be avoided because we are discussing the same points over and over again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pakistan. Thank you. Again, thanks everyone. We had a lengthy discussion again, and it was discussed over and over, like I said. But again, my role is to give people the chance, and I think they have the chance. And now it's my role to reflect what's on the floor. And what I see is, to keep the original text. So, with again, with respect and understanding from all our colleagues, Iran and Russia and everyone, I have to go with the original text. So, paragraph 75 is approved as the original text. We'll go to paragraph 76, please. Paragraph 76.
Member States should promote and facilitate the use of quality and robust databases for training, development, and use of AI systems, and exercise vigilance in overseeing their collection and use. This could, if possible and feasible, include investing in the creation of gold standard databases, including open and trustworthy datasets, which are diverse, constructed on a valid legal basis, including consent of data subjects when required by law. Standards for annotating datasets should be encouraged, including disaggregating data on gender and other bases, so it can easily be determined how a dataset is gathered and what properties it has.
Thank you. I'll give the floor to the dear representative of Russia. Russia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not very skilled with technology. I reserve my delegation's position on this paragraph. Thank you.
Paragraph 76, correct? Or 75? 75. Okay, 75. So please, we will reflect, right? 75, right? Okay, 75. So please, we will reflect on that report that Russia, in paragraph 75, will taking, dear Representative Russia. I'll give now, again, just to reiterate, the process, we had all the amendment that was submitted by May 31st. It was discussed thoroughly by each member state in the intersessional consultation. So to me, it was like a moral obligation is to keep that consensus, because everyone was started. And what we're doing now is we are repeating what we did. Again, to me, this formal session is just to make sure I'm reflecting what happened in the informal sessions. And again, saying that, we'll go to paragraph 76. And in that paragraph, we only had one amendment from one country. Is there objection, paragraph 76? I see none. Paragraph 76, approved. Go to paragraph 77.
Paragraph 77, member states, as also suggested in the report of the UNSG's high-level panel on digital cooperation, with the support of the United Nations and UNESCO, should adopt a digital commons approach to data where appropriate, increase interoperability of tools and data sets and interfaces of systems hosting data, and encourage private sector companies to share the data they collect with all stakeholders as appropriate for research, innovation, or public benefits. They should also promote public and private efforts to create collaborative platforms to share quality data in trusted and secure data spaces.
Thank you. So paragraph 77, we had one amendment, and after the discussion, we have the text in front of you is what's come up from the intersessional consultation. Is there any objection in paragraph 77? I see none. Paragraph 77, approved. Can we go to policy area 4, paragraph 78, please?
Member states and transnational corporations should prioritize AI ethics by including discussions on AI-related ethical issues into relevant international, intergovernmental, and multi-stakeholder fora.
Thank you. Paragraph 78, we had 3 amendments. Is there any objection? Paragraph 78, as was approved. I see none. Paragraph 78, approved. 79, please.
Paragraph 79, member states should ensure that the use of AI in areas of development such as education, science, culture, communication and information, healthcare, agriculture, food supply, environment, natural resource and infrastructure management, economic planning and growth, and others adheres to the values and principles set forth in this recommendation.
Thank you. So paragraph 79, we had one amendment. Is there any objection? I see none. Paragraph 79, approved. Paragraph 80, please.
Member states should work through international organizations to provide platforms for international cooperation on AI for development, including by contributing expertise, funding, data, domain knowledge, infrastructure, and facilitating multi-stakeholder collaboration to tackle challenging development problems, especially for LMICs, in particular LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS.
Thank you. So paragraph 80, we had 5 amendments. Okay. Iran, you have an objection? Iran? You have the floor.
Excellency, we take the floor. We previously mentioned that UCM, unilateral coercive measures, also be reflected here. And then we would like to, our proposal again be discussed in the meeting. Thank you.
So Iran, you want to open all your amendment?
Excellency, we proposed 80 Bs that we would like that the meeting recognized that the UCM is not an action in line with ethical issues. That's our concern, because we fully believe that the UCM is against of the international law and against of the recommendation and ethical issues that we are discussing. And then it is a sympathy with the countries that's suffering from the UCM. UCM, yes, should be recognized in AI ecosystem, and that's the proposal that we would like to be discussed, and that's one issue. And then, unfortunately, I carefully listened to the rapporteur, and then I didn't see that the issue of the UCM also be reflected in that report as well. Thank you.
So, dear representative of Iran, will it be okay to accept it as shown on the screen and reflected in the report, your concern, in our final report after this meeting?
No, Excellency. Our concern is that one. We believe that the UCM has a direct link with AI ecosystem, and it's a hinder. And it's a hinder for our cooperation, again, especially at the international level.
Dear Representative Iran, I have a specific question. You want to put your 80 Bs on the screen and open the discussion again, or you want it reflected Iran's point of view on the report?
Yes, Excellency.
No, which one? First one or second one? Do you want me to reflect it in the report?
No, it will be discussed. Discuss
it again as we discussed in the intersession consultation. Okay.
Yes, Excellency, because, yeah, this is our position, Excellency.
Okay. So, again, could you, before I open the floor, just raise your hand, please. Just raise your hand if you are object this addition. Just raise your hand so I can reflect on the screen. Just raise your hand. I just wanted to see if there is a support on the floor to reopen the discussion again. So could you please make a list of that? So raise your hand if you are objecting to go open the discussion again that we discussed. Can we guys make me a list, please? Yeah. Okay. I see Member states who are objecting: Germany, Belgium, Singapore, Argentina, Finland, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, Mexico,
Canada, Italy, Australia, Sweden.
I need to follow one list, please. I did not say Australia, Austria. So please raise your hand, so this way they are easier for us to follow. Okay, can you give me the floor? I mean the list. Okay, I'll read it. So who are opposing to open the floor again? France, Germany, Singapore, Argentina, Finland, Morocco, Hungary, Saudi Arabia, Netherlands, Mexico, Malaysia, Italy, Sweden, Jamaica, Uruguay, Estonia, UK, Switzerland, Tunisia, Austria.
Jamaica.
I said Jamaica. So, dear representative of Iran, I really don't see an appetite from the floor to open the discussion again. So with that, I'm afraid reflecting what's on the floor again. I'm afraid is to keep the original text. So paragraph 80, please. Paragraph 80, original text, approved. Thanks, Iran. Thanks, everyone, to show their understanding. And let's move to paragraph 81.
Paragraph 81. Member states should work to promote international collaboration on AI research and innovation, including research and innovation centers and networks that promote greater participation and leadership of researchers from MLICs and other regions, including LDCs, LLDCs, and SIDS.
Thank you. So, paragraph 81, is there any objection? Paragraph 81? I see none. Paragraph 81, approved. Can we go to paragraph 82, please?
Member states should promote AI ethics research by engaging international organizations and research institutions, as well as transnational corporations that can be a basis for the ethical use of AI systems by public and private entities, including research into the applicability of specific ethical frameworks in specific cultures and contexts, and the possibilities to develop technologically feasible solutions in line with these frameworks.
Thank you. Paragraph 82, we had 2 amendments. Is there objection on the text in front of us? I see none. Paragraph 82, approved. Paragraph 83, please.
Member states should encourage international cooperation and collaboration in the field of AI to bridge geotechnological lines. Technological exchanges, consultations should take place between member states and their populations, between the public and private sectors, and between and among the most and least technologically advanced countries in full respect of international law.
Thank you. Paragraph 83, we had 3 amendments, and the screen in front of us is the final after the discussion and the intersessional consultation. Is there any objective in paragraph 83? I see none. So paragraph 83 approved, and now we are reaching 7 o'clock. I think with this time, we can stop today, and tomorrow at 1 o'clock, we will start with policy area 5. I thank everyone for their patience, for their understanding, their flexibility, and goodbye, everyone.
Gracias.
I see everyone eager to leave. Wow, before I say goodbye, everyone's just saying goodbye. You deserve that. Everyone, enjoy the rest of the day, and please come back tomorrow with full of energy. Thank you, everyone. Have a great evening. Bye. Ciao.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you all.